So, well, preparing to live stream still, so hopefully it's going to do that thing. In a moment, I'm going to tell D to do that thing he does finally. No when.
No notification yet.
There we
Oh,
go.
there
Go
we
for it, D.
go. What's going
There
on,
we are.
everybody? Welcome back, Carter. This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flying flock out of here.
That's the
Back
way
to you.
exactly. Cheers, D. Thank you very much. Al has made it here, I think, first of all of them. Congratulations, Al. Telescope Uranus, also one of the best names in all of the chats that I think I've ever seen. Welcome, folks. Welcome back. Stony Creek's in the house. What's going on? Little by little, we'll probably get a little trickle of folks. Don't forget to, oh, look at that, 251 subscribers. Thank you very much, folks. Don't forget to hit the like button if you enjoy the show. If you don't enjoy the show, I guess hit the downvote button twice to really make sure it counts. Obviously, every professional assassin double taps, so do the same. But like I said, folks, if you do enjoy the show, make sure to hit the like button. Supposedly it counts. I don't even know, honestly. We'll just pretend that we'll pretend that it does. Do subscribe though, if you can. If you're not subscribed already, that does. See if
D, are you gonna let that zombie killing comment
I
slip
guess. In
by?
the meantime, I don't know. Makes the
And what?
well. That's a good point. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Sorry, you were
D,
robot.
how are the brains today? After all,
You
how
were
are the
roboting. I
brains?
wasn't trying to speak over
Oh,
you.
am I roboting? Oh, for
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Goddamn internet. All
That's
right.
why I
Well, now I
should
can't
say.
say a fucking thing. So I guess I'll let you talk amongst yourselves, ladies and germs. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, by the way, be an adult. Don't be a jerk off. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Even on this more relaxed show, uh, don't be a fuckface. Don't say anything that you wouldn't say to, I don't even know, maybe not your
Really?
own president, but the president of a allied
Jiffy
country,
Lube.
perhaps. I don't know. You don't want to start a war. That's basically it. Don't start any wars here.
Where is it?
Back to you.
I
Are you
don't
gonna let,
even. I
are you
don't
gonna
even.
let that zombie killing reference go, D?
I missed it.
I missed
You're
I
talking about double tapping zombies to make sure they're dead.
He
Professional.
didn't
You're the only one that
say
heard it.
double tapping
No, I think I
zombies.
said assassin, like any good
Assassin.
assassin. Yeah.
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 was half
It's
mama.
hardcore hearing shit.
Start your shit again.
Freaking hardcore trying to
And
start shit. No, if name a
He's
more
trying to
iconic
say.
duo than
You're
hardcore and
tripping,
starting
Debo.
shit.
Well, the double tap was from that
You're
movie, wasn't
tripping,
it?
Debo.
Every constant professional. Double tap your mom. I'm out.
And remember,
Telescope Uranus said,
Damn.
I always double tap.
I'm probably robotic. All right.
Yeah, he did, robot. Yeah.
and remember, shop smart, shop S smart.
That wasn't even a robot though. He just like went blank, blank.
Beep, beep, boop.
Yeah.
You know.
I know I'm
Remember,
supposed to be
live
clean.
chat
Yeah.
is where you want to be, not top chat.
All messages.
I know this is supposed to be the clean channel and everything, or we're supposed to be
It's
clean here,
much
but that's the most suggestive
funner
baseball
in
card I
live
think I've ever
chat.
seen.
You can
Okay,
see
but
everybody's comments.
Oh. I'm sorry if you're aroused.
well, I'm not aroused. I'm just saying it's kind of suggestive. It's like it's
What is it suggestive of? Do you think that the
Sliding into
guy that's
second.
kneeling
well,
is going to smack the guy that's standing's ass or what?
we don't know they're going in forward. I don't know.
He's aroused. He's flustered.
I feel like it. I feel like it. Yeah.
Go ahead and
Own
do it.
up to it. Hardcore. It's okay.
We still like you,
Like he was trying to steal third there. I don't know.
dude.
Steal a turd, like a turd burglar.
Turd burgers.
Who's taking all these shits? I leave my shit.
That's prize dirty
Taking them all. Take them with you. You gotta pack it in,
Mhm.
pack it out.
the turd burglar. Prize dirty cup.
You pack it out.
Packers.
I'm rich. Jeez.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm still kind of high from the first joint I smoked.
Shit, man, I've smoked
That's
4 joints since then.
yeah, but it's not, 9 a.m. for you either.
True. This is true, Ken.
So it's not a wake and bake.
Nah.
And rise up. Wait. You ever been to a festival where salmon was playing like Sunday morning or anything, Cap?
Yeah,
We gotta
they play
rise
Sunday
up,
morning a lot.
wake and bake, rise up, wake and bake, rise up, wake and bake.
Left Leftover
Like
Salmon used to have their festival in Ohio. It was
yeah,
called Leftover Salmon.
that song's always a nice wake up call and a good reason to get high really early in the morning.
Cheers,
Well,
man.
just opening up your tent with like 4,000 other people with the same idea is pretty cool too.
Yeah, everybody's singing it too. It's a pretty easy one to catch on. Or you know the song if you hear it, half of it. It's like 5 words.
Mr. Thailand. That's funny.
Finger chews.
Uh-oh. Alright, what's hardcore doing?
Creepy shit.
Yeah, I was about to say, do we really want to know?
Dude, I'm just fucking I'm on fire. I'll stop, Ryan. Or at least burn me back. Because I'm like,
Talking to yourself in third person too.
oh, to do this stuff cool, throw the chain out across and yank out your throat with your knuckle, dude.
Beep beep boop.
Move this inside though. It's starting to get hot.
Uh-oh. Okay, hold
Today's
on.
another 100+ degree day. They called me up on
How
Monday
many
and
baht
said
is
you
that?
can't come take your air conditioner out
Hardcore.
until Friday. And I'm kind of like, that sucks, but that's kind of cool.
Stand by 1 second, guys. Bingus. Okay, yeah, never mind. Good job, Creamy. You caught that. I was gonna say, Humidor will have to fix that when he comes back, but he did.
How many baht is 100 degrees? I'm confused.
I wonder if it'll automatically put me in the new channel when I go to YouTube.
No.
No, doesn't that seem
No.
More important
got
question.
But if you click on
We
your
all
subscription button and
change.
live,
I got it. I'm there, dude.
Are we live?
Yeah.
I had to pause it. My bad.
look it, we'll do it live.
Okay, Creamy.
Yeah, we've been live for a minute.
Cheers, everyone in chat. That made it
Yeah.
over.
Cheers.
Cheers,
What up, Al?
Bingus.
What up, Stony? Good to see you, dude. That's all I can see. It's as far back as to let me go.
Yeah, I could just see back to Stony and hardcore.
I don't think it's Bingus. I think it's the AI that took over him and is pretending to be him.
Yeah, hardcore.
Dingus?
Yeah, I saw
We
Venus
need a
bro.
Bingus report.
When did I see him
We
last?
need a Bingus report.
Check your pulse, he says. Yeah,
I'll check my pulse.
Bingus always makes me laugh. Puts me
Cheers,
in a better mood.
Bingus.
Yeah, Dingus
Oh.
gets it. He
You
knows
know, a
what's up.
hummingbird's heart beats at 2,400 beats per minute.
It's like half a year's.
Hummingbirds, 24 BPM, 2,400.
Hummingbirds.
It took me 46 years
That's
before I actually seen a
Fucking thing.
hummingbird actually light onto a branch and just rest. I've never seen them like actually not flapping their wings.
what they sit everywhere I go. I had one sit on a stream of water I shot from my water hose real soft one day at my grandma's. That shit like changed
That
me.
was called nowadays.
Yo,
That would
there's a
be
video.
cool.
Yeah,
There's
it
a
was
video on my Instagram where I'm standing in the middle of, out at my mom's house of this. I can't remember what kind of bush it is, but
I'm
dude,
in the bushes.
it is humming. All you can hear is, and it's their freaking wings, dude. There's probably 50 of them around me,
that's awesome.
right in front of me, dude. I was afraid of my eyeballs, dude. It's kind of creepy when they come and zipping by your face and stuff. They got those pointy little noses.
There's videos like a bunch of shorts on Instagram that I've seen recently that are they put kids in like fuck it, like all like pads and shit, like suited armor basically, and like but then they put like bird feeders all over their face and shit, so like
That's
the
funny,
hummingbird will come in.
Yeah,
dude. But they,
Now you're just robot.
dude, I bet you see like 40 of them or something in less than a minute. In a minute, probably.
Cheers, Angus.
Hey, Vegas.
Gentlemen,
I don't believe it's you.
it is. It's my AI alter ego. Buddy, what's up, man?
Good to see you.
The zombie captain 420 J5
Cheers, Vengus.
Salton C. Wait a minute. That guy changed his name. Hardcore, my main man who got me addicted to AI art.
Oh,
Fumador. He's in the background smoking a joint, watching us. I'm pretty sure.
I've been digging in the vault lately, getting stuff ready for summer, and I found my last three platinum assets.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That's a
looking
good
forward
strain,
to
man.
those.
I can honestly
first-
say it's a pretty good one.
I got 2 males so far, I believe.
Hmm.
I think there's 5 seeds in there.
Okay.
Or was there more? There might have been another one too. I might have lost
Is
one.
this a Bingus string?
I crossed the platinum cake with my male double white cheese Spartacus, and I came up with platinum asset, and it has proven to be quite effective. I have one pheno that
Cool.
I've saved that is just probably one of my top favorites next to Badzingas. And I just harvested Bubba Kush from the clone bank. It's nice, but I like my shit better. I don't know. I guess I'm fucking a little biased, perhaps. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
That's
Well, it was
that's
good medicine for some people, you know.
that's
People that grow weed think that their weed is the best.
yeah. Always yeah.
Like,
not me.
But
even
with
though
you
I have
making the
some friends that grow
selection,
weed as good as I do, like, and they'll turn me on to their weed and I'll smoke it. It's not even that I say anything, but in my mind, I'm always like, well, yeah. Even the same strain, I'm like, yeah, mine's a better. I think some of that is you wouldn't be a good grower unless you thought that. Like,
That's
Yeah.
what keeps you growing, man. I mean,
yeah.
in my opinion, but you're right. Occasionally, though, I gotta admit, I am surprised. Like, who was it? Smiley sent me his Raspberry, and I went,
Oh shit.
that's a pretty good one. That was
Yeah.
tasty. It had a good profile. It's a hairy little girl to grow. I have to strip her down now. I know how to grow her, but man, what a mess. Same with platinum cake, just a mess to grow. I mean, no, I mean, structures, everywhere. It's just seems like a lot of the good strains are just a nightmare. You need a scrog, or I just like to put
Yeah,
them in a pot and let them see a nice Christmas tree is what I'm looking for.
Like a Skittles plant.
Skittles is
People
good.
do that with the lemon G. They don't know how to grow the plant, and basically it ends up taking them almost an extra 2 weeks to finish the plant because they fed it improperly.
If you like a girl, if she shows up and she's, she's likable and she fits in with all the other girls, over time you're going to get to know her and become more fond of her, and she's going to fit more and more correctly into your stable, I guess you could say. But everything's different, man. Everybody's different situation. That's the beauty of this whole growing of cannabis, is you get to be unique. And what you're doing is a novelty. Each and every one of us is a novel event that's occurring in the cannabis world.
Oh,
And
And I think every breeder that's worth a darn is they probably should like their stuff the most. They should like their stuff the best. They're the ones making the selections. They're the ones making the crosses. What you think you kind of choose towards your palate. Like your palate is a huge tool. Some
That's
people
right.
like people's palates. Some people don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're doing it for yourself, right? So you're basically breeding towards the things that you like. It's kind of a personal, it's almost selfish, I guess. But
Yeah.
the thing is, if you're
Some people
human,
like that palate that you have. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
if you're human, there's probably another human that probably agrees with you somewhere.
boy, it will come. Wait, you both of them, they will come.
But, it's not like, hey, we can grow as much as we want. So we can grow, for this, for that, for this. We're limited. And if we're going to grow anything, yeah, we better be growing the strains that we like to smoke, and then just find those people that enjoy that smoke too. And
Totally.
I'm cutting back this year. I'm still hitting 2 dozen.
the whole idea is to have
Different
free
cultivars.
weed.
Hook up with somebody that grows the shit you like, or grow it yourself.
I like it all.
Yeah.
Big
I used to
I
say
want to
that.
grow it all.
That J5, I used to say that, brother, when weed was hard to get. Fuck, I'd smoke anything. Some of the stuff that I remember smoking actually turns my stomach thinking about it, but I smoked it, right? But now it's
Got you
like,
high.
yeah, it did. Now you get to choose, right?
What I mean by that,
You can go to a dispensary, you can go to all kinds of different dispensaries, and it's right at your fingertips. Or if you want better, then you go to a grower or whatever.
I mean more along the lines of like I like hazes, I like OGs, I like cookies, I like everything.
I like gas mainly.
I like train wreck, I like Jack, I like Bubba. Like I just like it all, and so I want to grow it all.
Dude.
Jack,
What is this?
I don't like
get my
lavender.
language. Okay.
I think
No, I don't like
lavender
lavender
be
either.
smelled on hippie chicks, not exhales.
And peppery stuff, I'm not real big fan of that either. Dude, I spent a large portion of my growing career looking for a strain called Alien Technology. Okay. I finally got it. Peppery. And I was like, no fucking way, really? So
I waited all this time.
I was just doing captions for Christoph in the audience because he's French, and I don't know if he ever understands what the hell we're saying until after we say it.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He speaks English.
If you look at a lot of the top cultivars on the market today, somewhere along that line, they have some of that alien.
They do. Well, it's the alien technology. Alien, that it was an Afghani strain that came from a soldier brought it from Afghanistan. Alien Abduction was the one that I really liked from Vader. Okay. And that's what kind of got me hooked on it. And I started looking around and I couldn't find it. And but I started crossing with other strains like that had it in it, like the Bingus blackberry that I found was actually a Kimbo Kush that had Starfighter in it that I was hunting. I
Thank
had
you.
a bunch of seeds in there. And
I
I
was just
found
gonna ask Green Fingers if Starfighter had what the if it had it in it, and it does. I'm pretty sure.
Kimbo Kush,
Kimbo Kush has
Starfighter. Yeah.
Oh,
Starfighter was the
that's
father of Kimbo Kush, and the mother was the original blackberry.
and it's Alien
the
Technologies. There's in Starfighter is what I was wondering.
Yes, it is. Big time.
Okay.
Anyone remember
Yeah.
Alien Ant Farm?
Yeah.
the great
Yeah.
the apple jelly that I'm smoking here in Thailand is actually Starfighter genetics. It's kind of funny that you brought up the strain
Well,
Starfighter.
that alien technology is in a lot of the older Starfighter, anything with like alien or fighter, or I can't think of them all. There's a lot of them that have that in it. And my biggest blackberry basically is the blackberry from the Kimbo Kush with the frost and power of the Starfighter. That's that's why I keep it. But it doesn't produce worth a shit. But the stuff that it does produce will just knock your socks off. So I breed with it. And that's how I came up with the Bingus berry, which, oh my God, dude.
What if you're wearing shoes?
What?
Does it pass that power on to its
Does it
progeny?
knock your socks off if you have shoes on?
Just make sure your skin's well attached. Good one though, Jay. I like that. That was good.
That was hardcore that time.
What was
Yeah,
hardcore?
it was hardcore. I was asking seriously if it passed it on the power that punch.
If you got to hunt, dude, I went through 250
To find that one.
seeds to find the biggest blackberry. And quite frankly, the rest of them were, I was like, dude, talk about frustrating. It was, yeah. But it's back then, I really didn't have access to anything good at the time. So
I'm gonna punish myself here shortly with some with a haze cross hunt. And if you know anything about haze, then you know there's a lot of garbage in there. There's gonna be everything from hemp to bangers.
it's
Your mama.
it's your mama.
Yeah, like Ryan's mama. Yeah.
He always throws those zingers in from left field. I like that.
Hardcore. Oh, you gotta rewind Bingus and go watch me pretty much take Ryan out earlier. I felt bad, like one of those ones, like, oh gosh, like I'm feeling bad almost.
J5 can't get his concentrates to work because he just keeps staring at him and nothing happens.
I see.
Hey!
The hardcore's not easy to take out, buddy.
Nope.
Hard to tuck in.
That's what she told me, but I don't care. I mean, I'm not interested, so it's all good. Yeah, I actually started a deviant art site and do AI. I've been doing animations off the AI now using Motion Leap. Bought an art tablet. Really dove into that. It's a lot of fun. I used to do a lot of graphic arts in the late 90s.
Have you seen the Sora? No, wait, that's something different. I think Sora's the new video one.
I'm looking at several actually.
I just saw a link today too of the new. I don't slow and look at it, but it's one of the new audio music created sites.
That's pretty cool.
That just makes its own songs, and some of those were just, and it was just from someone his first time ever punching in a few words, and he got some pretty cool earworms back, and it's like
You
shit.
know, the
What
beauty of this is, in my opinion, okay, a lot of people are like AI, oh fuck, you're not an artist, whatever. No, here's the thing. The, those, let's say you're a paraplegic, you got a mind, all right? You can create a description of what you're seeing, and AI will do the rest for you. To me, that is so liberating for all of humanity. People that say they can't draw, I'm not artistic. Well, can you write a few words? Can you be creative? Can you make a description? Can you type? You know, I mean, it narrows it down for those
there's
that
gonna be
want to be creative.
there's gonna be fighters in bunkers thinking about war.
Some of the things that dude, think, I mean, my dominant reality actually isn't here, believe me. So, I mean, I think of shit, right? That's pretty out there, and I'll put it in there. Holy crap. It just floors me. I'm just like,
Oh
whoa.
yeah,
And
I
I
got
just
into
sit
asking it to
there,
do.
man, and go, what the fuck? Wow.
I got into
Well,
asking it to do like self portraits and stuff like that, and it came up with some pretty crazy shit. Or I had it do uh, tear-inducing scenes, and it came up with like a bunch of kids in the cancer ward holding hands, looking at a rainbow, and it was like, holy fuck, like, and you know, like, but it came up with some crazy shit.
yeah, it's fun.
What up, chat? 20 strong, 20 bad mofos.
Cheers,
Cheers,
everybody.
Southern Vermont. Cheers,
Southern,
Ned.
Southern Vermont, he's been around since the beginning.
What up, Al? Still hanging. Hey, Grumpy. How are you, my friend? What up, Christoph? Big force. And soft core. What's up, dude?
Howdy.
Love for plant still hanging. Cheers, homie.
I've got no plants.
Soft core.
They're letting you grow there, bud.
Yeah, it's just I don't have an indoor setup at the moment. I'm a hardcore outdoor guy. I got beans though.
Got beans.
Nice.
I got a bunch of Cheryl crosses to fucking sift through too and play with. See if I can't find anything there that because those plants are fucking indestructible for the weather that we have here. For those plants to still be around, there's something to them.
Keeps your mind off of desertion. Gentlemen, I'm out of here. Thank you very much for letting me jump in and have a few words. I appreciate it. Keep up the
Hey,
great work.
Thanks for
My,
coming and joining us.
Hey, actually,
I'm
before you
playing-
take off, can you tell me what this is?
That's a date. Oh, what's that? It was a baseball card. What's that?
Let me get the light better.
Or at least turn it so we can see it.
Oh, is that a ball of hash, dude? Nice.
No.
Oh, it looks
The
like
kettle
it.
stone.
It's a kettle stone. Okay. I was wishing it was a ball of hash. Damn it.
Me too.
It could be like a fire starter, but that's probably a kettle stone.
All right,
It's probably
gotcha.
because that rock was stuck at the bottom of a river for like a million years, and a little piece of sand got caught in a fucking current and made a little.
The one had ash in it. Had that.
You're probably holding one in a billion, my
This
friend.
one you can see the charcoal in it.
That's cool. You guys be good, all right? My boy's waiting for me to take him. I'm playing taxi, guys. I'm playing taxi.
Have a good night.
Sure you guys.
Here's
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Peace,
But
Dingus.
I don't see why they would have two at an angle like that. I don't know.
I don't think this one is, Ryan. I'm saying this big one has soot in the bottom of it.
So the Tucker's pickle, is it?
Are you
From
sure
the
it's
end of
soot?
the, yeah. I didn't take it in, but out at the camp that it came from, they had why am I brain farting on what they're called?
Arrowheads?
No, the people that look at the shit.
Archaeologists?
Archaeologists.
I was thinking like I had arachnophobia.
What the heck?
The spider shit.
I've got a
Yeah.
really killer.
If you could see this one, you'd be. And I've got a flint and a stone that was found in the same spot. I can show you that too. I think I've showed it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, because those then they would have put like fuzz basically like fucking like birch bark or whatever peeled up, and then they would take a bowl.
Yeah.
They started in this.
Yeah, the fire. You could walk with
Mhm.
poles for a long time with it in the rock instead of just nothing else.
Yeah. But normally, like, because I see a lot of natural ones like that here too, and it's a lot of times because it's where they sit. Like, there's a place over by, right on the Wisconsin border by oh, what is it called? Actually, they actually call it the Kettle River by where sandstone is.
Yeah.
So that's like
Down by
two
the
things.
Dell.
Yeah, it's crazy. So it's like, yeah. There's a prison right on the river that what's his name? Tim Allen sat in for federal cocaine possession, which must be a lot of coke. But no, at the Kettle River, it's crazy. So it's like because it's a sandstone fucking, geology or whatever there that like a rock. I mean, just like a pebble will get caught in the current from another rock or something like that, and it'll sit there and it'll spin around in a circle for, maybe only thousands of years.
A piece of sand can do it, dude.
But it'll make these fucking just a little piece of sand, and it just
That's
goes
what
around
this is.
in that circle.
More than likely.
Yeah, and then
That's what this is.
washes up the thing. And a lot of the times, so like it was a national park there, and a lot of times the kettle stone, like on these big ones, because there was ones that were like they'd be like a big 50-gallon drum just bored into the fucking rock, and you could fucking crawl in there, and sometimes the rock would still be in there, but it was like it was a national park, and they said they were fucking like, oh yeah, people steal them all the time.
Are you getting turned on, Ryan?
No. Yeah, still no.
Still
When
nothing?
Greenfinger pops
Right.
on the screen, I get a little bit turned on, but not that.
Yeah.
There he is.
You
Look at
seemed to
that
be
guy.
feeling it earlier. I just thought I'd try it again.
Make me blush. Make me blush.
You seemed to be feeling it earlier.
Fuck. I was just watching myself too. I was like, damn.
Let's get patriotic in here. I'll censor it, Ryan.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but I mean,
like,
I would be like, that's kind of like the guy stealing your thunder too. I mean, it's your Topps baseball card, and there's another guy in it.
Yeah, I don't want nobody in my card. Shit.
censored.
You're
Just
right.
like the blue meanies censoring everyone.
There we go. Now it's even worse.
You feel comfortable now? You can
Now you
concentrate
don't
and
know
stuff.
what's going on. Now you don't know what's going
You
on.
can concentrate and stuff now, Ryan. Back to the task at hand. You can think again.
What's his name? Dave Concentrate?
No, it's Dave Concepcion.
Concepcion.
He's gonna. I'm not even saying it.
I just got a dog the other day. It was part, what was it? Part fucking
What am I doing not smoking pot?
Part Cocker Spaniel and part pit bull.
So you
So they
said
call
hard
it a top
Cocker
pit,
Spaniel.
like your mom.
Like, what's a hard Cocker Spaniel? But you said part. Okay.
Chihuahua with the pit bull.
That's hard Cocker Spaniel. I was like, wait, it's a joke. Part. Okay. Part. Pit
No,
bull?
I just fluffed them. Just get it. Oh, that's horrible.
Oh, I never told you guys about the strain I like found again today, or was reacquainted with after like 9 years.
The stain?
Yeah. Huh?
No pair of underwear or something you dug out?
No, a cultivar. I gave my nephew a tray of clones like 9 years ago. Well, I didn't even give it to him. I had a homie back in my hometown who I had like hooked up in the past, whatever. Had him cut my nephew a tray of clones, and dude didn't label them. And after 9 years, the then kid, I don't know, I call them all kids, but he's like in his 30s. Anyhow, the dude still had one of them going 9 years later. And he wanted to know what it is. He thinks he's got something special. And so I'm like all day, like thinking, oh my God, dude, what did I have back then? I'm like, it could be that Ohio blueberry captain. Like that was one of the things I was thinking. Huh?
Propriety strain. That's what we call it.
Anyhow, I was thinking, oh, it could be that blueberry. It could be my freaking Chem 91. It could be my old Durban. It could be green crack. It could be a bunch of shit, right?
But you
And
don't
then I
even
get there.
you don't know the name of what he gave you back?
He didn't give it to me. He wanted me to come look at it and see if I could tell him what it is.
Oh.
So I'm thinking the whole time I'm getting my 91 Chem back. I'm thinking I'm getting that Ohio blueberry back. I'm like thinking back to 10 years ago what I had and shit, right? I had this cool fucking Durban that dumped half, dude. So I had this Rainbow Jones, GDP by Casey Jones. That was a fucking beautiful plant. So I'm thinking it's one of these things, right? And I get there and it's like, oh my God, that is so familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on it at first. And it's because it was one of the ones I never really smoked. I did it more as a production thing because it dumped hash and it freaking like, it was foolproof, dude. You could be as meat as you wanted to that thing and it would just
be honest.
put out every time,
15
dude.
years ago, if you were giving out clones, you were just giving out whatever. You were keeping the dank shit for yourself because that's how it was 13 years or 9 years ago, 10 years ago. People hoarded shit. They gave out whatever pheno.
All my shit was given to me. I never bought shit ever. So I did the same thing.
Because I wasn't sure if the size would be right. Okay,
Hold on.
Where was I going? No, it was everything. He was giving everything.
Hi, Miss D.
My homie Lance. Was my homie Lance. This fancy dude fucking had everything I had. So yeah, the one thing that the kid kept alive was the production fucking plant I had. Critical mass hit to Black Dominia. And it's just like a hashy kind of earthy thing that's kind of a dull high to me, you know, but like I said, the thing produced and it was one of those things you kept around back then because of that. But a lot of people like it. Like that dude loves this plant, dude. Like it's his medicine, so you know, teach their own.
I wonder if Miss D is a zombie too, if they're like one of them.
I was like disappointed if I was getting that. I thought I was getting freaking Chem 91 original cut back. No.
That's great.
I wonder if D's wife is a zombie too, or if it's like one of them fucking love books or them like
I'm just fucking seeing people on here and shit. I can't be doing this shit. I shouldn't even be talking on these things.
No, but some people have a different time warp. Like, they just, grow the same thing, aren't familiar with all the changes. They just stick to whatever, and Yeah.
That's all this. Yep, that's all he did, dude, for like 9 years. And I went and checked out his shit, right? And he had a little veg area going. And he had just got his second cultivar in like 5 years. It was Shishka berry. I'm gonna have to get a cut from him. He's got 3 different phenos, so I'll see if one of them's nice. I've kind of always wanted to check that out.
And makes killer half rosin. That shit's
Yeah.
super tasty.
And it's like a Canadian cultivar, I believe, so it'd probably do good in Michigan.
Like a reverse Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like she's married to a fucking normal. Sorry, I'm talking about a whole different thing at the same time, but
The first thing.
What are you watching? Are you watching that True Blood or whatever it's called?
yeah, that type of shit. Well, no, I've seen commercials
Is
and
that still on?
I watched me a
Gotta
little
be.
Buffy back in the day.
They're vampires.
Or Sabrina the Teenage Witch way back in the day.
Oh, here, I'll show you that pot.
Elf ate cats.
Elf did eat cats.
Yeah, he did. Savage.
Yeah,
They were gonna cut him up and shit, though, weren't they? See if this. I wonder if this thing works. If I get it right.
I don't think you're ever gonna get it right. Just to be honest. Oh, that's pretty good for the first time.
That's not what she said.
Uh-huh.
That's
Can you actually see it?
yeah.
Yeah, that's that shit that I got from that kid today.
And now that card's just looks like a Japanese card now.
Oh, shiny.
I've got a USB microscope. It's like probably like the 5th one I've had. They
I've got a
really
jeweler
go to
loop,
shit quick,
dude.
but they're 1,000 vacation and they're fucking. If you're nice to them, they last for a fucking while. Just plugs right into my phone.
Here you go, Ryan.
It's like
While I roll
yeah,
this joint.
still,
Sorry, dude.
Whoa.
still nothing.
You can stare. Don't be shy.
And
Talk to my crotch, please.
Looks like his eyes would be lit up with the light that's coming down. Cheers, Christoph.
Thank you, Christoph.
Cheers.
How's it, man?
Cheers, my friends.
here,
Cheers, Christoph.
Cheers.
That's weird. No, you come back or you gone? He's back.
Is he safe or is he out, Ryan?
Christoph, do these captions work at all, or is it just gibberish?
Oh, now it's French on the playback.
French on the playback. Yeah.
Before it was all English.
What are you guys watching?
The playback. I'm watching my other device.
So I can talk to Christoph now and he can understand me?
If he reads the other device.
Uh,
If he just looks at our screen, then nothing. That's what I was
Don't-
trying to do.
Thank you, Google Translate Hardcore. Yes, ça fonctionne. Thank you pour la traduction.
Yeah, so I think that there's got to be a way then, like if we fucking
yeah, where we can see it. Where we can add the French
Just watch
translator.
the playback.
I mean, I can't believe we can't do this already. With all this AI crap and everything else.
The
we
way
can't
I look at it, if AI or whatever the fuck
AI.
I love how you say it backwards
for
every
us,
time.
then this shit ain't worth a damn.
No
Exactly.
shit, right? I agree.
Translate.
Like,
What the fuck?
You should have a built-in translator called AI. What the heck?
yeah. Where's
Well, no, we're calling it
AI
IA,
for
and we
the
want this fucker now.
whatever the fuck?
I wonder if then if we spoke, you know, in English like we usually do, because that's what we speak, then if it,
Brilliant.
no, I'm fucking high as hell. I'm trying to say if he speaks French, I
We
wonder
know,
if
Ryan. We know.
if the captions were in English and he spoke French, if those would come up as English on the screen. These things I
Yeah.
wonder.
So somewhere we need like
It shouldn't even be an issue. We should just
AI
push a
and
button
I
and
need
just
a
do it.
translator on one side or the other. So I take the French into English or the English into
Talk
French,
to your buddy IA or whatever, Ryan, and tell him to hook us up.
Oh, yeah.
and
You
that's
you
his
can
voice
create
in
apps with the shit. Like it's
we would hear
I don't
that voice, or it could do it in type or like caption. Yeah, I'm sure it can be done.
well for years
Most
I would
likely,
say
if
like
we really paid for some kind of software and put the time in to get it to work. Yeah, because what do you think? This is Zoom. Zoom has international meetings that happen where people don't speak the same language. There has to be a solution to that.
Christoph, how well is the translation doing? Is it better than Google Translate? Does
Fine.
it know what I mean when I say vagina?
Pussy.
I heard it say Nike and the other just a minute ago, and I don't think nobody said Nike.
Bonsoir, bonsoir. Good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, Christoph,
Hola.
do you
How
know
are your
that
plants doing?
she lost today, but you had a chance to have the first women French surfer win? Joanne Defay, French surfer. She was in the final. She got beat by the chick from Oceanside a few hours ago.
Cheers up, man.
That's where you're from originally, or that's who you cheer for, buddy?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oceanside's right here. Today, the men's final were Griffin Calpino and Cole Hofstov, whatever. They're both from San Clemente, which is right up like 50, 20 minutes up from Oceanside. And then Kate and Simmers. So out of the 4 surfers in the finals, 3 of them were from like 15 minutes from here. Yeah, we kicked ass. We won. Like the girl won, Caitlin. She's only like 18 or I don't know. I don't even, maybe she's only 17. But she's taken the she's a charger. She ain't afraid of shit. And yeah, she's been winning a lot.
Mom?
Yeah,
I like
it was crazy when I was like in the heyday of my snowboarding and all that stuff. It was the young kids that kept getting younger and younger too every year. Like I was an instructor and shit, and it was like all of a sudden there's like these 10-year-olds out here freaking hucking McTwists and freaking going inverted and yeah, there's keep getting, but they're made out of rubber back then when they're that young.
Okay, so in women's surfing especially, they call it like the young gun, the changing of the guard, right? Because there's like these half the field is maybe under 20, the new batch, and a couple
Bye-bye.
retired this year. So the girls that are vets, Joanne Defay, Toddy West, they're considered like the vets, but they're only like 26 or 7 years old. You know what I mean? Like it's not like they're old, like not in the scheme, but the people that were 30 some years old, that they finally are off the tour.
Yeah, it's like what's his name? Sean White is like a rarity, you know. Like those kids are in their teens and shit, you know, like 16 and
Oh
It's
yeah.
crazy. Olympic athlete.
Hawk works with this girl. I forget her name. God dang it. She's like a teenager. And then like, yeah, she can just crank out 900s like no
Crazy.
tomorrow. I forget her name. She's like way ahead of all the other
Yeah,
girls.
dude, like a 900 is common now. You know, like
Yeah, no, what they're doing is even like technically way harder. Like
yeah.
like some of it's when they really break down the moves and stuff. Some of them don't look as like, oh, a 900 is pretty gnarly, but some of the ones that are kind of look pretty simple. Oh no, technically there's switch
How's it
or the
pulled off
this.
that well?
Yeah, these people are like, wow, it's crazy how they can skate. They keep progressing skateboarding. I mean, there's like skateboard obstacle, like pretty basic,
Mhm.
but they just keep progressing.
Yeah, and it's the same thing, you know, with all the with snowboarding, with skiing, with
Yeah.
it's wild. Surfing, I'm sure. I mean,
Oh no,
I think
surfing has changed in the last so many
wow.
years. It's all about airs. So like old surfing was just turn. They didn't go up in the air and do flips
Yeah,
and then land and keep riding the wave. Those moves are skate moves.
yeah, 100%. Snowboarding moves more well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when the
snowboarding is more
wave
like
is
surfing the
turned
snow.
away and you want the biggest score, oh, you got to do these air moves where,
Mhm.
yeah,
And
they
they're
do,
wakeboarders too.
yeah, they do inverted, like crazy moves that considering the waves moving and all the timing. Now, who loves this new fad of airs, they call it, are the surfboard makers in industry.
Oh yeah.
Because when you jump up in the air and then
See
jump
that
right
bottom.
back on your board, they break a lot.
Say
And you see
J5,
that
Southern was wondering if those are Kegel stones, like for butt Kegels or something.
no, it's actually
Hey,
a kidney
D,
stone.
can you make sure the link's up? I'm gonna have to jump off and on. Sorry.
You
What?
put the
He's
What do you say?
I think he's jumping off and then back on.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
what? She
Now, did you say you have kidney stones? Wait, I have to put my glasses on if I'm looking at that.
Kegel stone.
You have to put your glasses on to hear?
What?
No, usually not. But I thought he said he had kidney stones, but they're
You gotta
what?
take your
That
glasses
would be
off.
a kidney stone and a half, huh? Whew, that would hurt coming out.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I never want to wish that on anybody. That's the worst, dude.
That's what I hear. I had one friend that had that issue, Andy.
I guess it's like giving birth for a man.
I, just to even know that, yeah, yeah.
You'd
No.
think they could operate on that a little easier, or like
Well, they got things they do
I don't
when
think
they're
they
really
want
bad.
to.
bad enough. There's a
Laser.
lasers.
Yeah, they use a laser to break it up into smaller pieces, but you still got to pass those pieces.
You're past the shrapnel.
Ain't nothing nice.
Well, I'll pay the guy that does that work.
American.
What the fuck
Fuck,
is
we're only
it?
half American on this panel,
Who knows?
and Canada is like half France.
Canada, eh? Oh, I hope we can find it.
Marijuana.
But D doesn't live in the French part, right?
No, negatory.
Oh, I thought you were French this whole time.
But now, in the United States, different territories, people are different. The southern, the northern, eastern, western, and
Well,
different
half of
pockets.
America was owned by France.
there's tribalism to a degree, people from certain areas. What's it like in Canada with the French type people and the people that aren't French?
Oh man.
That's more like Quebec and shit.
Yeah.
Montreal.
In one part of the country, like one part of your country's like French and the rest of it's Canadian. It seems kind of weird.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be like if we had a couple states or an area that though they just spoke a different language.
Well,
Maybe
we kind of still.
California could be considered that because the percentage of Latinos, whether immigrant or legal, whatever, is very high, and I think English is still most spoken, but there's a lot of Spanish spoken.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's still French down in like Louisiana and in New Orleans, the French Quarter.
Oh yeah, and then if there is a language that's actually English, like if you can't understand and you ask them to like say, "Oh, what'd you say?" It, it's like this weird broken English. It's down in New Orleans or in the deepest South. Like there's been times when
It's that Creole.
I met people from there, hung out with people from there that I no, like you couldn't understand what they were saying. But then if once you were around them a while or picked up on a couple key things, oh yeah, it was all there. They were just speaking English, but like way different.
I hate when I do that. Oh, I was just having a conversation with you, bud. Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
when it was almost like lining up, so I thought I wasn't on mute.
I'm jumping off,
I was
guys.
doing
Have a
the
good
same
night.
thing too. Damn it, Jesus Christ!
Oh, it sucks, doesn't it?
I was like,
I mean,
haha, me too. And then I was like, hold on, am I doing it now? I was like,
France used to own like most of America. Like the Louisiana Purchase we bought it from France.
En français.
je suis là, Julie.
Ah.
Later, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night, D.
Yeah, man.
D, how are the
Don't
brains tonight?
don't forget, everybody. Tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The safety meeting on the Fumadoro channel.
Peace. Bye, Di.
Adios.
Adios, amigos.
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui.
Christoph, can we see your plants? You got some plants outside, don't you?
Attends, j'ai pas compris. Désolé.
Here, let me
Mi,
put the
mi,
captions in English and see if it'll
mi plante?
translate.
Ah, j'ai pas compris.
You plants.
Say that again, please. Christoph, do you have any plants outside? No, it's not even understanding my English.
Sorry, hardcore, la traduction, c'est comme ça, quoi, traduction.
Southern, someone, I don't know. If I have,
Non, pas 8 heures du matin. Il est 7h30, 7h30. Je sais pas si tu as la traduction.
What's the game where you communicate to your partner with hand signals? You can't say anything. Right. Well, we'd probably have better time if we like use like hand signals or like talk with our hands or whatever than speaking.
7:38.
Let's see here.
That's probably the most universal language, like gestures, like physical gestures.
English is the most like widely used language though. Like there's actually more Chinese children that know English than there are people that live in America.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy stat.
Over 300,000 of them. And then it's like for all sorts of um yeah, there's business and like
From
all
what I
the different.
understand, like of to learn Chinese, oh, that's one of the hardest languages out of like for an American or even people, French people maybe too, but yeah, because their language is hard to learn, especially reading, writing it. Writing it, I think, is like a whole thing in itself. You almost have to be like an artist.
They're not like if Christoph speaks, I think I could get it to translate, but I don't know. It's not live. And so it's still kind of fucking one day. Sorry about it. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, I think it exists. It probably just isn't out there for free, or most.
Oh yeah, no, it exists.
Like
It's
a free copy, it probably doesn't work that good. But I'm pretty sure big corporate, big bank, big money that needs to do Zoom calls. I mean, basically, business uses Zoom or things like it, their own version of it. Uh, yeah, they must have some way that they can translate to each other. But like
yeah,
you
I'm
said,
sure that they can do like
at a
all
certain
they would
level
need is a
in business, it's just standard that everyone speaks English. Like, yeah,
yo hablo un poco español. Jake Wright's mom taught me that. What's up there? It's Spider?
Or
You're looking up? I thought.
stretching on that.
You got spiders around there still kicking around or not? Or the dogs get them?
I got. I'm looking at two right now. One, two, and then my Black Widow that I have in my container. I still have my male Black Widow. He's a good boy. Fast.
Can you teach a spider to do tricks?
You could teach them not to kill you if you keep them in a container away from yourself. It's fucking.
Can it spell salutations in its web?
No, it could spell you're fucked if you put your finger in its web and it's hungry. Yeah. Never put your hands in its web.
Is it a world wide web?
No.
That was a pretty bad joke.
It was. But I was waiting for it earlier for some reason. When you asked about spiders, first thought about that.
Has they ever climbed up a water spout?
Yep. And then the rain comes and washes them out. Yeah. Shit happens all the time.
the one thing about spiders and their web is they're the best thing to catch all the other bugs and flies and anything.
Yep.
If you ever look at like an established spider web, you'll be like, holy fuck, Look at all those other bugs they caught.
Yeah, there's a few hundred other insects in front of me right now, just chilling dead. And they'd pick them out and drop them, and eventually that better be clean. And you'll be like, oh shit, there's nothing left. You leave one or two for like bait, because at night the other insects need somewhere to land. Oh, there's my buddy. Boom, land right next to one. Oh, that one's been sucked dry. It's not your buddy. It's not your buddy. It was just bait for you to fly next to him. Spiders are smart.
Spiders have 8 legs.
Yeah, they do. They drown themselves quite a bit too. If you leave a pool of water somewhere, you'll just find a bunch of spiders in there because one to chase another spider off the wall, and they'll jump right into the water somehow. Find them
We
all
got
the time.
like crazy water spiders here. They're not that big, but they scare me. I think I had some video of them on, or like
Never heard of
on
a water
Facebook and
spider.
shit.
I think I did when I was a kid. Heard of a water spider.
Yeah, somehow I guess because some spiders bite, and yeah, humanity has like made like yeah, people like have a phobia or like don't like spiders, or
I love them.
but they're not any different than most other insects.
Yeah, I found a stick bug on my front door today.
Uh,
I think it's cool.
a few species of spiders can bite and have venom and kill you, or even just make a welt or.
There's
Yeah,
a tribe in Africa that learned how to be on stilts for like thousands of years because there's so many snakes. What the fuck?
I saw
Yeah,
that.
can you imagine? Like, wouldn't you think you would have just walked until you were somewhere where there wasn't that many snakes? Like,
You'd think you made a bunch of clubs and just clubbed them fucking things on the head.
I think
That's some
yeah, but
snake
can
sandwiches.
you imagine? Like, it was so many that wasn't an option, right?
you just
You
step
gotta
on
get
them.
you gotta get the what's his name? Fucking what's the guy's name that like the Temple of Doom and shit? I can't think of his name.
Yeah,
Indiana Jones. Because he
Yeah,
really doesn't like snakes. It's a
but
joke.
I've seen some things in
Yeah,
nature
they just
where
need to eat more of them.
there's a couple places in nature where, like, yeah, there's so many snakes that like they're the dominant thing in that environment.
There's an island that's called Snake Island that's like off off fucking
South America, you can't really go to it. It literally has like
off
40
limits.
to
Is what I was
50
looking for.
snakes per square meter on
Yeah, like
this
they
island.
went there and they went like they had like an like army come and try to eradicate the snakes and they just fucking didn't even put a dent in it and just like got a bunch of hurt soldiers. So they just
Can you imagine a place like so? That's a place, like a world of its own, that like snakes are like in charge. Like there's no
Yeah.
humans, there's no this, there's whatever there is, it's the snakes.
well,
Like
can you
they're
think what it would have been like if we would have lived with the dinosaurs? If they were, like, and we weren't the prime, like, well, even just if we're dropped out in like the Amazon, we're no longer the top dog unless we have our weapons and our all that shit.
Come
But
to
otherwise,
Thailand.
If that was me,
Just,
I'd be in the cave.
just walk off a path here in Thailand out into the wilderness. You are not the top of the food chain anymore.
haven't
there's
they
Dave
shown
buys my
like
mom's house. There's all the crabs.
and like big fish like whales and certain things like attacking men in like a way that seems like the story I saw was like yeah they've gotten more aggressive and like
Food.
uh like are instead of being defensive they're like offense like go after certain fishing boats and capsize them and fuck everyone up because they're like
Yeah.
big fish uh
Yeah.
and over all the years of being hunted and this that and the other they've like got to this point where they strike first. I'm like holy fuck, we pissed off the fucking. So I think it's a certain kind of whale.
maybe the
aliens,
dolphins,
dude. Smart as fuck.
because you know how they have like the UFOs that they say go in the ocean and shit. Maybe it's dolphins that are the aliens, and they're like
I'm saying that too. It's the
they're sentient.
calamari, dude.
Well, we know they're
You gotta stay away
sentient,
from
but
them
like
octopus.
Calamari and
Dolphins definitely
Don't be
seem
fucking
to
with them.
be
Don't be eating
like
them. Fucking with
pretty damn smart. Like, yeah,
cuttlefish.
octopus have like or
You're eating
octopi
alien
have
every time you eat octopus.
they have brains in their arms, like separate brains.
You're eating alien every time you eat octopus.
But you don't even
So
really
remember
need a
that
brain
shit.
to think. Like plants can think.
the
Like
one
Oh,
thing
I know.
I've seen
We're
dolphins, even in
like
captivity
we're the
beyond
and
only
all
ones
the
not
woo
tapped
woo.
in.
wild, that
We're the
they,
only ones not
they look
tapped
like
in.
they're happy and they're like laugh, like they're happy. Like dolphins seem like holy shit, they're like that probably the happiest animal I've ever
Even our
witnessed.
dogs are tapped in. Our cats. All that cats aren't so much for
Well,
the show.
dolphins. We know dolphins have a language. We just haven't been able to decipher it. But like
Yeah, we're just not smart enough to know
you
it.
know
You're
that.
right.
So there's like this thing this pod out in Europe somewhere where it's they're called like um oh I forget the word for it. They're like they call it like full or they're basically they're killer whales, right? So there's these killer whales that live in the ocean there, and they have their own language that they speak to each other. And we've like recorded all the sounds and shit, and like kind of got a little bit figured out. Like AI is figuring it out even more as we speak. But like, so there's these killer whales that live in this part of the ocean, and they speak language, killer whale like ease. And then there's these dolphins that live in the same bay, and they speak dolphin, obviously, fucking. But when the two fucking species, they come together to fish to like to round up these fucking I don't know fucking mackerel or what some type of fucking fish that they like they corral, and they developed a third language that's like
But
fucking
they
half
scare them into
whale half
shore or
dolphin
something,
or
don't
whatever.
they?
That's like a third language that they both speak to each other, and they communicate as they're like wrangling these fish and shit.
And they scare them into shore, right? And they all kind of get like bunched up, and then they just chow on them as they come back out, or something like
Well,
that.
they want to do whatever they do. Like, oh, I'm coming on the left, Jim. He's like, oh,
But I thought
shit,
they
let
would
me get
like
away from
drive
you,
those
Bob.
whole big like schools of them up into the freaking up into the shore with
Yeah,
the
well,
waves.
they get them into the balls. Like, they get them to fucking to like get just concentrated into a fucking big ball of
Yeah,
fish
yeah.
swirling around. Then they can just dive at them and fucking
Just freaking mouthfuls after mouthfuls.
like your mom had a fucking bukkake fucking
I was gonna
video.
say, like, oh, well, you already got
You
that
know
one.
how many thousands of fish some of these big whales take up in a big gulp?
The
But
Clean
they
biggest
her up
have
ones
when you
don't
bring it
even
home
eat
next
fish.
had
time.
like tons of them to
The biggest
eat.
whales eat just like krill and shit, like fucking
Plankton.
little microscopic shit that just fucking.
They eat
And then
plankton.
That's the
Ryan's
weird
mom
thing.
eats that whale.
Yeah, they think that whales like evolved from land animals like hippopotamuses,
Not the
basically.
other way around.
That's what
like
because they
Whales
still
aren't
have like
I think I would believe that if anything, whatever land stuff came out of the sea.
because they still have like the whales still have like vestigial land parts, basically, like the way that their bones are
Well,
made.
frogs come out of water. Humans could come that way too. We could actually all be from frogs, not apes.
Well, we do live in an embryonic fucking
Herbert,
sack for the first 9 months of the life.
Herbert.
Technically, we
You
do.
throw a baby in the water,
Time
it
for
can
a new
it can
joint.
swim. It won't drown. I don't recommend throwing babies in water, but
How many have you tested? Like, is this stuff? Is this a white paper you read, or did you
dead
grow it?
baby jokes are a little bit much.
Let's see.
You gotta grow it, or I don't want, or I don't, or
Michael Jackson
pictures where it doesn't count,
were
or something
so
like that.
young that he had to burp them after they were done. Never mind. I couldn't even
I
say that
got
to the full
I'm
extent.
fumbling my words. I'm high as hell.
I was given a bag last night of weed that the only thing that the guy said was try. or that's all I could understand. No name on it, just ground up, no bud. It smells good.
Sounds like sounds like we're freaking rolling the dice tonight, Cap. Let's roll. If you
Yeah.
don't come up, I don't know what's bad. I forget. It's been a while.
Well, I am checking it for seeds because this grape jelly or whatever it is, jelly, actually has seeds in it. And oh my God, are they fucking tiny?
Bean seeds.
They are like flat and really small. I grind them up all the time. It sucks.
Ooh, those are the
And
worst.
even
Almost like
taking
little
the
Hermes
light,
seeds.
Sounds like that's what
even
like a
yeah.
seeded triploid will get like. It was like non-viable. Or have you ever had
dude,
Yeah.
you ever had a plant get pollinated like right at the end, and it'll just get like
Well,
them little tiny specks in
some
there?
of the yeah, that's what some of these are too, are really small.
we're gonna
And
find out,
even
Ryan.
taking them underneath a really bright light, they really don't shine back at you. So
Wait,
it's
I'm not
not like you can pig them out.
I've got a triploid coming, Ryan.
What, a hemp plant or some fucking
No, I have
Macaroni?
a OG triploid seed from Humboldt Seed Co. And I have OG Fem Seed coming from Humboldt Seed Co. to grow side by side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah,
see what it's about.
I wanted to grow a bunch
You're
of
damn
the.
right, I'm gonna hit it with some pollen.
Well, that's the thing though. They're not supposed to.
That's what I was about to say. First
Not
of
supposed
all,
to.
how did
They
they
don't do
get
anything to it.
seeds of something that is supposed to be non-seedable?
There's a way. It's been done in like or other horticultural endeavors, I believe.
Well, diploids are not supposed to be able to impregnate a
Reproduce.
triploid, and if they do, they produce non-viable seeds. They say, like kind of like a
Yeah.
seedless watermelon will have like
Yeah.
little baby seeds,
Oh,
like
horrible.
White seeds, all the white
Yeah,
seeds.
can't
Yeah.
have that in pot. You
You always
can't have a
find one of
seedless
the good ones in that
watermelon like pot.
watermelon. I always find one
I
or two
think
good.
I think that is the biggest crock of shit that America has swallowed is
We're
the
gonna find out.
seedless watermelon.
Oh yeah,
You
100%.
know, you get a watermelon, it
Preach.
has white seeds in it. What
And no
makes
flavor.
this seedless?
Well, they don't have the black choke on seeds. I mean, you can't
No
plant the little
flavor.
white ones,
Like
and
J5 says, no flavor. Yeah.
but same with
Yeah.
bananas, man. Bananas
Because,
are
like, if
must be
if you buy
triploid, I
one of
would
the old
imagine.
school ones with the black seeds, you'll be like, oh, this is what a watermelon tastes like.
Fucking it's pink and it's juicy.
Barely any of the fruits and vegetables that we eat today are anything that
That's
resemble what their
fucking
natural
Yeah,
state
man.
was.
And then they have the miniature, like the small, like individual watermelons that are seedless. Those ones, they taste like shit.
I remember
I'm
fucking
gonna
20
bring
years
back
ago
some of the seeds here
when I was in
and
California
I'll
for the first
pass
time.
them out.
They had cubed watermelons that were like grown in glass or like,
Yeah.
plexiglass containers, and they were square or cubes. And I thought that was the future, but
There's a few things they do like that in Japan where they grow things in the weird shapes and then they charge a lot of money for them.
they do that. You can do that with
The square
gourds.
tomato over there or some weird thing like that.
You
There's
can
a
do it
whole
with tomatoes, you can do it with cucumbers, you can do it with
I
just
mean,
about anything. They have
I
these
do
there's a
little
whole
like forms that go around them.
there's a whole
I see
community that
it
does it
here.
with gourds, because gourds you can dry them when they're done and you can eat them.
Nobody does that.
Yeah,
Like-
but they actually let them grow into these
No
form
Uncle Luke fans
molds
out
of
there?
different things. It's quite interesting to see what they
Remember that
do.
Miami base?
I like
And
seeing
they,
the
like you
appreciating
said,
people too.
they are expensive.
in weed, especially like small amounts, everyone's trying to differentiate their brand. If some brand came out and then their wheat wasn't rounded or anything, it was like squares, like little
Blocks, like block bud.
sugar cube, or maybe bigger than a sugar cube. Everything was like square, like perfect nugs, but just square. And
Well,
then
have you ever seen block
like
bud?
an eighth
It's
would be
actually
like a bunch
it's
of dice.
actually block bud is actually flat on four sides of it. So
Wombat.
that's not flat is the top and the bottom. But
Wombat
all four
species is
sides,
cubed.
all four sides are square. They're perfectly straight.
Wombat
When I
has
first seen that,
cubed.
it was when I first seen that, I thought someone grew it in like a mold or something. I said, no way this plant actually grows this way. And then I watched the plant grow and I was like, wow. Talking about maxing out, per square foot.
I mean, bananas when those were they were, like the original banana is something that we would never eat. It's like all big seed or something inside.
But
Oh,
bananas are really, really, really small seeds.
nanner.
They're
Like the
like
bananas that we
catnip
eat today.
seeds.
Do they have a lot of different types of plantains there, like different types of bananas? Because I mean, in
When
America,
I
we know like the Cavendish, I think, is like the only one that we know, or something like that.
when
Whatever.
I go to the when I go to the big market downtown, I come across four different types of bananas. There's the big ones like you get back in the United States, but then the rest of them are more smaller bananas, and one's even a purple banana.
And they grow in like little clumps on the ground, basically, don't they? Like I always thought
Oh,
they had, or are they in
they
trees?
they're in trees. I'll Saturday or Sunday morning, I'll show you the tree. I've got a banana tree in my front yard. I got a couple of them actually, but they grow as a cluster off of a main flower.
And they grow upside down, as we would think too.
Every banana tree is just one main flower, and that's your batch of bananas you get off of it. The whole
Maybe I'm
thing
thinking of
is you
pineapples
can
that grow.
put like 10 or 12 banana trees in one area.
Do they grow pineapples in like little clumps, basically, like right off the ground?
No. The pineapple are spaced individually apart because they can be up to 1 meter wide. So they need to be set.
The whole
But
plant, or the tree?
all you do is take a top of a pineapple plant and put it in dirt, or better yet, sand. It's from the cactus family. So if you
But they're
take
not
the
like trees,
top,
right? They're really short and squat to the ground.
yeah,
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of then.
yeah. So there's no real vertical growth except for the big ones get to be about a meter, meter and a half tall, so 3 to 4 feet. But they'll produce like 8 or 9 pineapple off of them.
Is the pineapple part
But
underground, or is that above the ground?
no, above the ground.
I know out in south of fucking, or north of the Green Fingers and them, like in
Up the north.
where is it? Gilroy is a town, and it's like they call it the garlic capital of the world, and that place
Gilbert?
fucking Gilroy.
Yeah, that Bud talks
And
about
you can
that
go,
place.
you can be there in the middle of the year, like in the middle of the, say, the off season, right? When it's just when the shit's growing in the field, but there's not any harvested, and it's so strong and garlic from, you can smell it from this shit underground. It's crazy.
A lot of the time of the year, It smells so
Awesome.
much garlic that it makes your eyes tear up. Just
Oh, it's
breathe.
crazy.
Runs the
Up here,
pores.
my buddy was telling me that they've got a garlic festival every year that's got
Yep.
like the best food that you can imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, Ryan,
Garlic
look
is
at that address for that Testy Fest.
And there's all these different kinds of varieties of garlic. These huge ones that are fucking like size of like big, like they make they make them where you just eat them like like a baked potato almost.
And then right down the road is Watsonville, which is the
Yeah,
strawberry capital of the world.
yeah.
Yeah, I lived in Hollister for a year, or not for
That's
What
half
do
a
we
year.
get?
like Central. They also grow avocados up there. A lot of the things that they grow in that region, it's also what grows in my area.
Yeah, that new name I saw in chat earlier that lived in Southern California. He was growing avocados. He was growing everything, dude. I bet he'd probably grow a banana tree. He'd probably try to. Sounded like he was down to grow anything.
My grandpa's
Well,
house.
basically everything in San Diego grows here in Thailand.
Right? It's Mediterranean climate.
I've seen people
Let's
attempt
get your greenhouse fucking situated, man.
not
There's a guy that
tropical enough, and you can keep them going, and in some places better than others, closer to the coast. But
there's a guy in Nebraska who was he was a retired mailman, and so he was already like 65 by at least by the time that he started this thing. But he's got this geothermal
Wow.
greenhouse
Bury that fucker
where
walls.
he's got drain tile that's buried in the ground. Like it's several hundred feet of drain tile. It goes like 100 feet out, and then then it goes out. It's buried like 8 feet under the ground. But he grows oranges in Nebraska, and it gets like
That's
it
cool.
gets below zero there every year. And he's like the only,
Flatland too. That wind whips across that sucker.
and he's the only citrus producer in his state.
Colorado.
So in the winter, especially, he just makes a kill. He can sell these oranges for 10 times the cost of what an orange is because there's not all the trucking and shit involved, and plus just the um the what do you call it, the fucking just the aspect of what it is, the
well, yeah,
commodity.
I saw a thing about a couple different people that farm in really gnarly places in Alaska, in greenhouse, whatever, because yeah, the price of certain things that in most places we just take for granted or relatively reasonable. Oh, not up there in this part of Alaska, like an orange or any kind of fruit, vegetable, anything like that, super expensive. And yeah, they were they were growing a bunch and making good money.
Autoflowerville.
Well, when like citrus were first introduced, that was only for the rich. It was like you would get an orange on Christmas or something like that.
Oh
So
yeah.
Yeah.
They gave Ryan lemons painted lemons.
I'm actually gonna eat an orange right now. I
That's
forget
how
what these things are
high I
called.
am. That's how high I am.
I like getting these things. This one doesn't have a sticker on it, but they're like
What do
these
you
little
do when
mini
you
oranges.
get life gives you lemons? You paint that shit full.
But these are just like these little mini oranges. God, I wish I would remember what they're called.
They're called Smarties.
Yeah, Smarty. Yeah, they're just the fucking
You dummy.
Tangerines.
no, the Smarties. They're fucking.
There.
They're easy peel. Like you can just peel it.
You gotta
Fucking.
peel them in one peel. You can't rip that sucker. You gotta get it in one peel. So you got a little basketball at the end. You can put it together. Just hollow. Let's see it, Ryan. I think you got it in you, bud. You got faith.
You see, like the people that
and your orange eating abilities.
orange peel art, where people like make a person out of an orange peel.
I ain't that technical. I just like to have it all in one piece.
I did get it in one piece at least.
Good boy. Prove it. Yeah. Picture it didn't happen, dude. I always thought it was your mug. Would you just snort that thing or what? Sounded like you took it all.
How do you think he peeled it, man? Come on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, look, no hands.
No. Hey, come look at mine.
I got some summer sausages here too. I'm fucking mowing out on. Yummy.
What was that?
That summer
Show us
sausage.
the Ryan.
Some sausage.
Show us the pit. Go sneak out to the pit, to the well. Do some
I don't stay out there anymore.
do some I know. So do some army crawling and get us out to that well.
The well isn't even there. It's filled in.
Oh no shit! What a dick.
What a dick. That's a great reaction.
Yep. No, that guy. That was a fucking. That situation kind of sucked ass. Fucking. He's still got a bunch of shit of mine that I haven't fucking manned up enough to fucking go over there and get it.
I hate dealing with that shit. Oh, I've had to do that a couple times. It's like it could end bad. I don't like that stuff where shit can go haywire.
Well, yeah. I mean, and it was. I didn't do anything fucking to set it up. Well, just being present was enough to set it off, I guess, after time. But I guess once they see that harvest in there, and then like he thinks I was gonna get up and go or something like that. So he had to fucking and like I don't know. I took a bunch of like chopped down like a third of the grow room to fucking because it was time to take down the grow or the dry room. I mean, but I was out of town, so I brought the jars with me. So he thought that I fucking was trying to sneak all the weed away from him or something like that. I'm like, no, dude. Once it goes in a jar, you got to burp the shit. I couldn't be gone with. I couldn't just put it in jars and fucking go away for a week.
You don't put it in jars again, or you bring it with you that early.
Yeah, so I did that. I came back and half the dry room was gone, and then fucking all of my fucking Cheryl plants were gone. But luckily, I had the one big one. I fucking pollinated a whole bunch of branches on. But I had drying elsewhere, but
yeah, but what didn't you have knocked up out there?
yeah, I know. Fortunate. He was a cool cat when he was fucking on a good day.
When he was on his meds.
But I don't even know if he ever was on his meds. If he had his drugs, he would be okay.
Probably should have got him fucking drunk or something. That's what they do in Minnesota, You buy them a 12-pack of, I want to say Red Stripe, but it's not Red Stripe. It's
just Red Stripe.
Rock?
No, the red one from Minnesota.
Pabst with PBR.
No, that's Wisconsin.
Is it really?
Yeah. Oh, you guys have Summit. You got Summit Brew. Summit's actually good. I like that.
We got Summit. We got fucking Leinenkugel. No, Leinenkugel's Wisconsin.
That's Wisconsin too, fool.
That's for your fucking cheese. So do you root for the Packers?
Duh. I was like,
God damn,
I'm even like rocking a Bucks shirt, bro. A Bucks hoodie. I'm Wisco. I'm Wisco through and through.
What did you think when we acquired Brett Favre?
I gave up on football about 3 years ago, which is crazy, dude. Like I pretty much just finally I don't even want to talk about it. It's a sour spot with me. Sports is.
I played tag football or flag football in like 7th grade, maybe 8th grade too. Yeah.
Did you get a trophy for participating?
I think a ribbon.
Nice. Purple.
And then you could
Purple.
tear it off your fucking belt if you wanted to.
Purple. Brian put his on the front. Brian put his on the front and one in the back.
Nobody wanted to pull those flags.
Why Brian wears flags like that?
He's running with that third leg. He ain't not. Nobody's trying to grab that one.
That's the one
Why is he wearing his flag like that?
Holy shit!
No, I've never been a huge sports follower, except for like back in the day. I used to fucking be obsessed with Jeremy McGrath and the fucking AMA motocross and supercross series.
Sounds like a cross.
No, I was in wrestling, so I couldn't be in any other sports.
Crush.
Well, because I was too lazy. I guess my brother was in both. So that was a lie. Must have been, like I always told myself that lie. Like I was never be in football because I was in wrestling. But I guess I just wasn't fucking. I wasn't man enough. My brother was a fucking.
Is it referee's position or no?
Yeah, that's what you start in.
Okay, yeah.
That's what you start in, like at the second round, or like.
Your best move in referee's position. I get it.
Yep, put him in a Hagen haystack right from the get go.
Get up on close.
Yeah, that was pretty. I remember I wrestled a girl when I was in.
Pretty homoerotic.
I was in 4, and there's 2 girls. There are these little redhead, like evil looking fucking things, and yeah. Luckily the other, I think it was must have been the other girl that was like, she was like state ranked or nationally ranked or something like that. Like she was the fucking boss.
What are you
but
doing?
I think the one that I wrestled either sucked or maybe it was just I wrestled a good one and I just didn't really realize, or I don't know. But in any case, my mom she's got the fucking VHS video of it for like, it's been years since I saw it, but I was just laughing the whole fucking time, like, because I was so confused and I didn't know what to do.
They can't send you up there to do that.
And I'm just fucking just beat red, just laughing my ass off, like.
And a boner in those shorts.
Well, no, it was a little bit before that, but it was still like, girls had cooties and shit in 4th grade, man. Like.
God, dude, those shorts and those boner and those fucking things.
Did you guys make Valentine card boxes for your fucking back in 4th grade? For some reason, I remember that was a big highlight of my 4th grade experience.
Dude, that's called stalking, Ryan.
It's called fucking consumer fucking.
It's called
buy candy.
It's called making kids do creepy shit.
I thought it was cool. I got like the X-Men card.
Valentine's Day? Was it cool or was it not?
Yeah.
What's that?
It was like instilling fear in you. Like, I'm like, was it cool or was it not? If you had a chick, it was cool.
I thought it was cool because you had to give one to everybody in the class back then. So I was giving out candy.
Yeah, you did, but it's still, you know which one you wanted to fucking stick your little.
If she wrote, if the girl put an extra heart on it, how much she wrote it,
something on there.
Yeah, exactly.
Did she give me did she actually read through the cards and give me one that was special? Or does this say you're okay?
Are we supposed to be talking like this?
Shit like that.
I remember I made a badass boombox.
Hey, how about we talk about pot or something?
Oh, we're opening up.
Let me go see the mustard
for my childhood.
Actually, I got some DMT here. Should I blast off on this thing?
Yeah.
That was when I first learned to dare. When I first learned what a pot leaf was, because I didn't grow up around.
Buddy's probably got some too. Buddy, should we blast off?
Well, not that I knew of, at least.
I know
what?
If you say yes, I'll do it. But I'm kind of hoping you say no.
You got to take the cock out of your mouth. I can't hear what you're saying.
I said, buddy, you want to blast off? I said, I hope if you say yes, I'll do it. But I'm kind of hoping you say no.
Yeah, I got this like one-hit breakthrough DMT card.
I know you do. You told me about it.
I hit it at the first couple of days, and it's all that. Then I put it away. I'm not in the mood for that.
It's all that, but I put it away.
Thank God.
Fucking.
I was
Hey,
about to.
I think it was the second day. I remember it was like 8 in the morning. I was having coffee. I did. I think I did a dab or hit a joint, and then drinking coffee. And then I said, "Oh fuck it," and I I just wanted to make sure it was as good as it was the night before. Like, oh, is this
That's
really
smart.
like a part that one hit will just fucking
That's
put
wild,
you
dude.
right
I can't.
there?
I want to try
And I was
one.
like, oh fuck yeah, because like, these guys have been certain people have been trying to like, just like with the rosin card or cannabis
Good old
product,
Grateful Dead.
they've evolved. Oh, they, the first generation, the couple years back at DMT cards. Yeah, you
They're all
catch a
right.
little
I
buzz.
would
You catch
stick
a little
two of them in
buzz.
my mouth at a
You can't
time.
really just take one hit breakthrough. No, that wouldn't happen. Even if you really
Genetic driven.
took like 5 hits and held like,
Oh, dude.
nah, barely, nah.
Hey, I
I
had a
remember I
homie
used to get pissed
in the
when I was
RV puff down half a gram in like minutes, 10 minutes maybe or something like that. and he got there.
talking
So
about
like
being
to the
young when
point, like I went up and like took the pen from him. I was like, dude, I never like step in on somebody's party or nothing like that. You know what I mean? But I was like, dude, you were gone. Start
when I was a
shaking it.
teenager, fucking one of my dealer guys or whatever, one of my buddies that I used to buy from, he used to always like think that his everything that he had was better than that, that anyone could ever get. And he'd always say that I've got the one hit shit quit or the one hit quit shit. And he'd always have his little metal oney and fucking he'd be like, "You want to get stoned?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, man!" And he'd hand you the one and you take one hit off it and it would clear the thing. And then I would always ask him for another one. He goes, "Oh no, you don't need it. It's the one hit quit." And I'm like, "Well, I'm not stoned yet. Give me another hit." And he's like, "Oh no, you'll be good. Just wait and see." And I was like, I wanted to punch that guy in the face so hard
I was
because
gonna
I
say, how
wanted.
long did you wait?
Fucked up.
And then it creeped up on you, huh?
No, it did not.
It never got too high.
I
You're just
mean,
waiting.
it was good. It was good, very good weed for the time, but it wasn't fucking. Yeah, I
Some false
wasn't big
advertising.
on the quitting part.
He just didn't
False
want
advertising.
He just didn't want. He's stingy. That's the stingy smoker. He's like, here, take
Yeah,
this
he would
one.
never sell that either. It was always that was his fucking.
That's crazy.
But he was also the guy that introduced me to White Widow. He was the first one I ever bought White Widow from. It was like when weed first had a name.
Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty awesome seeing White Widow for the first time. But then I smoked White Rhino and I was like, White Widow's kind of.
And he had
That
this
was
shit that was called Katana or something like that. That was like it looked like a fucking spider web. Like it was almost all just white hair, like white. There's just a little bit of like green bud on the inside, but it was just fucking little tiny balls of white fucking. It was just to this day, I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me or fucking if it really was just killer little white balls. Or if I was
tripping
just
home.
smoking moldy bud and I didn't know.
Tripping Debo. You're looking at that Sion there.
I know for sure there was a time that I got fucking, bud with powder mildew on it though, because like everyone back in the day would always say, "Oh, this shit is laced. Oh, I'm so stoned. It's laced. It must be laced." It's like people aren't fucking wasting money on drugs for your bag of weed, dude. Fucking, it's not laced. Go home. Fucking.
I fucked myself up back in the day trading allegedly. Oh fuck, I'm not gonna whatever.
Special W.
I acquired 2 contractor bags full of popcorn and twigs and leaf and everything else. No, there wasn't really twigs, just leaf and fucking popcorn.
Rolled you up some joints, did you?
I got like no, I got the juicers out, dude, and we fucking set up shop. But in concentrating that shit down, and like we rebatch it and rebatch it. We're always we're baking and drinking wine and shit. This is like we were like 21, 2. So this is a fucking long motherfucking time ago, 20 plus years. And there was something they sprayed on the shit. I guarantee it. That we concentrated down into that butter, and it about destroyed my stomach and fucking. And I overdosed on THC for the first time. That was interesting. Saw Buddha and all kinds of other weird shit. Army crawled away from the fucking hospital. That fucking Bear Grylls show shit was on, dude. That fucking Survivor shit is just started like coming out at that time, and this process, dude, like I was dialed in, and like like it was like a complete psychosis essentially from THC, dude. So it does happen.
Oh no,
And
my wife
I
has
was
been making the strongest edibles forever, and even one of her friends, Becca, only ate like this quarter of a fucking small brownie. And then we found out the next day that when her and her boyfriend left, they had to take her to the emergency room, and this whole thing happened. And but back then, like in early 2000s, when my wife was really going crazy, these brownies, not only was there oil that she made with buds or whatever, she had taken a key and like before she baked the brownie, sprinkled it on top, like it was like a crust of key on the top layer.
Oh yeah.
And so
like in the oven.
Yeah, I'm not sure like what dosage that would be, but enough to fuck. Like I don't eat edible mainly. I used to a little when I first met her and before then, but yeah, she was so seriously into like strong edibles. She was the High Times edible judge for like 5 times. Different.
I've got an edible brownie here, but I have no idea what the fucking.
Really, like way before edibles was like so popular.
Do it, dude.
And
don't be scared.
categorized, she was way into it. Like that was her thing. I can't know. But I also know she had really long, thin hair. And when she'd get really fucked up on edibles, like a week would go by and her hair would get matted. Her hair from like not combing it or just being so fucked up for like
if I keep mine fucking in a ponytail under my hat for too long, it'll do that, like, and I'll pull out like knots.
Yeah,
like little
I could just remember like her coming out of her fucking 4 or 5 day edible,
more of a beaver tail,
and then like realizing when she like that her hair was all matted and she was been like pretty much conked out for like 3 fucking days because that shit will get you fucked up.
Yeah,
you can like you can take it to whatever level you want to. Like she used to get fucked up on that shit.
So back to me, fucking ODing. So we take this house over from a friend of mine who's also like in the game and this and that, and his chick's gone, and they're letting us use her house, do all this shit, and like all of a sudden like at this one point in time, it's like all that shit like clicked, and I looked and I could see like out the window just perfectly, and right in front of it was this thing that was hanging because they were drying some herbs or something. I can't remember what the fuck it was, but it looked like hot. And I was like, all this shit, I was like, fuck, we're being set up. So we take off out of there. We drive to the town over. And I go to my fucking mother's house, like fucking, I don't know how far away, hour away. We go there. We're hanging out there for a while. They're tracking us in the skies and everything else. It's
you made that up.
All it's psychosis.
Yeah, right.
So
You made that
we get there, like, all right, take me to the hospital. So they bring me up to the hospital. My homie's in the car. My mom's is in the car. I walk in, my homie's in the back seat. He's just laying there, like completely melted into the fucking thing. And here I go marching into the freaking emergency room. We get into the emergency room. They got the like two double doors, and they got one, the first door, the second door, and then I look and they're like way at the far end, and they're coming towards me. And dude, I looked at them and their faces like melted and like they like weren't cool. And I'm like, fuck that. These people are crackheads. And I turn around and I run out that motherfucker, right? And this is like January. And I run into the back. I rip open the back car door. I yell, homie, are you with me? It's survival time. And he's just like, nah.
So
I rip a blanket, a shitty little fucking blanket out of the back and run out into this cut cornfield, dude. Well, now the cops are involved and they're spotlighting the field as I army crawl through the snow in this fucker with no coat.
my little kitty blanket.
Little kitty blanket, right? And from this fucking hospital, not too far away, like fucking less than a half mile, is the fucking river, dude. Like a big main river. And for a split second, I thought I was gonna swim across that fucker. And I would have died.
Me and a buddy, we split a half ounce of mushrooms one time, and we ate the first eighth each, thinking that we're gonna trip pretty fucking good, right? And like nearly an hour went by. We're playing putt cup in my backyard, and we're not even getting first waves. We're not even giggling. So we're like, "Fuck it, dude. We just got ripped off. We might as well eat the other eighth, just to see if we get anything, And so we each ate the other eighth, and I hopped on my bike and I went to the bar, and he left to go walk home, but there's this big pond like right across the highway from my place, and it was that time of the year where it was just full of fucking Canadian geese. Like there's like thousands of geese in this fucking one big pond or whatever, and like they hit me really hard, and I fucking made my way back to my house, and I sat underneath my blanket for like 2 hours with like the strongest sight to colors synesthesia, where you see sounds, and it was fucking overwhelming. And finally, like I could turn the radio on after 2 hours, and finally when I could finally like function without being in a fucking fetal position underneath my blankets, there was a knock on the door, and here's my buddy fucking soaking wet. He made it to that pond. He was gonna go home. Like his house was like half a mile away or something like that. He made it across the fucking highway, and the geese sounds is what fucking triggered his fucking trip. And he sat there and he hunkered down in the fucking cattails, staring at my apartment for fucking 2 hours. But he couldn't leave because like the geese and everything was just too overwhelming for him. So he just sat there in fucking cold water up to his fucking like waist or whatever. Yeah, right in the middle of town. There's this highway vehicles are just driving by. It's not like you can't see right there. It's like an open pond with just some cattails, and he was just in the waters, crouched in the cattails. Good time. Right, another buddy so the fucking this is alcohol, but we were drinking Long Island iced teas all night, and fucking he also had like heart palpitations, so like that was more so why we brought him in, but like he was fucking wasted, and we brought him to the fucking ER or whatever. And I can't remember if they pumped his stomach or if they just put charcoal in his stomach, or if they did both. Something like that.
Yeah, they fuck with you, dude. They'll fuck with you.
Yeah, but they did that to him, and then they brought him to his room or whatever, and I was drinking right alongside with him. I was fucking hammered, and like I'm sitting there in his room trying to fucking fall asleep on this uncomfortable ass chair next to his bed. And in the middle of the night, he wakes up and like he's got an IV, an IV with the IV rack in him and shit. And I could tell that he's like speaking like fucking caveman, like ooh, ooh, ooh. Like he needed to piss. And so like I grabbed the thing and I'm trying to help him so he doesn't pull it out of his arm, And like he's got his own bathroom right there. And we made it like 2 steps towards the bathroom, and he just fucking turns around and drops trowel and just starts pissing on the bed. And he unloaded like fucking like 50 gallons of piss on that bed. And then like
Yeah, I got that IV in you.
Without pulling his pants up or anything, he proceeded to belly flop right in that fucking piss. And
you got down in there with him, didn't you? Like
and dude, I was
one for the team. Is that you're gonna tell us?
Well, like so I knew I had to tell the nurses. So I'm not gonna let him fucking puddle of piss the whole night. Like I walked past the nurse station like 3 times, and then like every time I was gonna start to say something, I just busted out laughing and had to go outside and have a cigarette. Acted like I was walking by, just go outside or whatever. Well, finally I get the nerve to talk to him or whatever. They come in as 2 nurses, and one of them was a Mennonite, so she was wearing one of those like Amish headdress things or whatever. Okay, so these 2 nurses come in. It's like 3 a.m. or something like that, right? And he wakes up to 2 ladies taking his pants off, and he starts fucking going to town on himself. And dude, I fucking hit the ground laughing so hard, and I crawled out.
Did he drink himself the R word?
He started playing with himself, dude. He saw 2 chicks fucking taking his pants off. He's like, "Oh, all right, let's do this." And dude, I've never laughed so hard in my life.
He just got drunk and ended up at the hospital so drunk that all this happened.
Yep. And fucking, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know if he fucking like how long it went on or whatever. But like, the second that I saw him start to fucking
don't be shy.
Start to the stroking motion, I knew what was going on, and I hit the ground laughing, and I crawled out of that room with every inch of my might because I was laughing so hard. And then the next morning, the next morning, it happened, those nurses were just getting off their fucking shift, and he was wearing like hospital clothes, and he went to grab his fucking clothes. He's like, "Where are my clothes?" And he went to grab his clothes out of the drawer, and he grabbed them to put them on. He goes, "Why are my pants all wet?" And the one nurse was there. She goes, "You pissed yourself."
My pants.
Like he was not, and she was not amused at the
Yeah, but he
situation.
did it again. Ryan pissed my pants. He got me again.
But I don't know if they clothed him. They must have clothed him too. Like I don't know. It was
good times.
I can only imagine.
Green fingers would say good stuff. I'm glad you cut me off in my story, dude. It's a little too intense for me right now.
Shout out to Plug. He just had another fucking baby, or actually his woman did, but he helped make it. Have you ever had laced weed though? Like that was always like one of the things that
happened to me one time.
Would say it,
and it was horrible too, dude. Fuck, that sucks. I was going to a festival and shit. It was like back in the swag days when all you could get was what you could get, you know.
I was at like right at the back of the soundboard. I wasn't like in the soundboard, but I was right behind the soundboard. And this guy, it was at a Bay Area concert, Grateful Dead. Guy's like, "Oh, you want to hit this?" And I remember thinking, even back then, it was like a really skinny joint. And I remember taking like one like drag, even in the inhale, I was like, like I knew
this is different.
And
everything just got slow.
And like I remember handing it back to him, and then going into this like the rush of all that, like super strong, like just barely a drag of like
angel dust through it.
And even to this day, I know I don't really smoke other people's weed. No, if it's a friend of mine and I know them, but like somebody just passes me some weed, now I pass. I got my own weed.
I accidentally.
I'm young when that happened to me, and it was one of those times where I went to a person I didn't normally go to because I was going to a festival, and it's like you got to have weed no matter what. You know what I mean? Like 16 or something like that. And I first hit it like at this gas station, like at the pump. I like even like just rolled a pinner. It was a pinner too that I smoked. And yeah, all of a sudden it was just everything but bad. Like shit, just like pins and needles and just like not even anxiety, but like different. I don't know, trippy shit. You know what I mean? Kind of, but
When
not
I
like
was
dirty, like a dirty trippy feeling, like a
when I was
salvia kind of.
when I was 15, my buddy's mom was a fucking weed dealer, and she used to keep like she had knickknacks all over the house.
Formaldehyde.
She used to keep fucking little like emergency buds just all over the place, like hidden in these little knickknacks.
And
And
you're probably right, Cap, because it was like wet too. I remember like having to dry it out. You know,
so she was gone one day, and we found a fucking little straight pipe, like a little oney in one of these fucking knickknack things, and we thought it was resin in there because we didn't know what a fucking little, a tube with a Brillo pad in it was. And fucking, I remember he took the first hit, and he just took this huge cloud of a hit, like he held it in forever. And then he took the pipe and he threw it in the garbage.
Correct.
And then he looks at me, goes, "My mom's gonna kill me. I just threw the pipe in the garbage." And then he like picked the garbage, and like the garbage was, I remember it was full to the top. And he picked it up and just like whipped the garbage across the fucking kitchen. There's just garbage everywhere. And he jumped on the ground and he grabbed the pipe and he handed it to me. He goes, "I don't know what this is, but it's different." And we each smoked that, and we took like, I don't know, it was like maybe like half a dozen hits apiece. But like I remember getting tunnel vision, and then like the vision on the outside was all bright white, and I could feel my heartbeat, and like everything was moving back and forth like with my heartbeat in that tunnel vision. And it was
yeah, tunneling,
dude.
dude.
It was extreme, like you got like rage, or like fucking really energetic and shit. Like my buddy was one of the violent type guys, where he was always looking to get in a fight and shit. He was a boxer and everything. And like, remember we went into his garage, and he started fucking punching through fucking like 1x4s and shit. Like just got his hands just bloodier than shit. But like he wanted to punch shit.
Solid.
And he's like, "You gotta let me punch you. You gotta let me punch you, man." And I remember just being scared that he was gonna beat the shit out of me. I'm like, "No, dude, let's go outside. We'll find something." And fucking remember it was Halloween. It was Halloween too. I remember like we made a rule, like if either one of us try to go out into the Halloween, we're gonna have to kill each other because we can't go out in Halloween, man. Fucking, we didn't know what would happen. Like what? Yeah, because we were not in the right minds, man. And it didn't last that long. It lasted for like 20 minutes or something, and then like,
God damn.
And then remember the next morning, his mom's smoking a bowl with us, and then she looks at us, she goes, "So what did you guys do last night?" And we just looked at each other, and she, like right away she knew, and she's like, she just started laughing her ass off. She's like, "You boys got wet last night." We were like, "What?" She goes, "Well, I was looking for my PCP this morning, and it wasn't there. There was nothing in the pipe." And we were like, "You got to be fucking kidding us."
PCP, I might try PCP.
Oh, that's nasty.
No.
It's just kind of like a ketamine kind of buzz, kind of how I've heard it.
It's nasty.
I just remember it was just so much that I told myself never again do I want to do this.
It's just like a disassociate.
I remember like down in the inner city, they'd be like rolling pinners of weed and dipping them in like formaldehyde. And selling them that way.
So, when we were like 14-ish or so, my family, my dad, we had to dig this hole because they were putting in a redwood hot tub. And me and my friend Mike, he had a workshop, and my dad used to sell drugs and get high, mainly with coke and speed, shit like that. So we were digging, and then there was like dinner break or whatever, and then we went outside in the shop, and on the mirror there were these lines, and we were like, we redid them for like we made it smaller and took a little whiff ourselves, and the next thing you know, me and my friend he was in my chair and I was on my bed.
How did these lines get smaller?
The light was out in the room, we like physically we were tranquilized where like your brain was still working, but you couldn't move a muscle. And then my dad flipped on the light and was like,
Damn.
"Yeah, you guys ready to get back to work?" And we were like it was
Yeah.
like this moment in time where he finally caught us because he used to accuse us that we would always deny that we like fucked
That
with
you're
his
doing
dope
it
or
fake.
anything, right? So they put out ketamine and like knew. And then like somehow I remember we like it didn't last that long, the like tranquilized part, like half hour, then but we were still like totally fucked up. And then we were outside still trying to dig. And yeah, that was his way of like with us
They
back
were
in the
having a
day.
laugh.
Didn't
One
mess with him
time in
too before
junior
that.
high,
Fucking totally.
his best friend from the time he was fucking 5 years old was this guy that was a chemist dude. And so one time I brought a film container, scooped it full of methamphetamine and brought it to like seventh grade and gave it out to all these people.
Allegedly.
Like, oh, like this is in the 70s, like the
I know, I'm
70s. Like
kidding.
we were fucking wild. Like the wildest shit went down.
That's
Well,
wild.
look where you were at, too.
Could you imagine that happening
No,
today?
that was a pretty.
They try to understand an adult and shit.
I just watched a Instagram reel or something that was a fucking 3-year-old called the cops on her mom or his mom because she locked herself in the bathroom for so long, and they came and they busted her and she had like 4 pounds of meth.
Well,
Sounds like a hell of a Tuesday.
Psychosis, like yeah, psychosis. I was a cocaine seller for a long time. At pretty, like breaking down kilos, and I would have this tendency to get so fucking high and paranoid that I'd like.
But you're supposed to do that on coke.
Like usually go get a hotel somewhere and then just do up like this massive amount of blow, like wouldn't sell it, and then have to figure out how to get out of the debt. But I was like in this crazy psychosis where I was so paranoid and schizoid, and oh my god, I did that
crazy one
all through my 20s.
The people in the trees,
all that shit, dude.
They're always in the trees.
Yeah, so I can remember the first time that I ever fucking. So it was that I just like last week I was mentioning something about how me and my buddies accidentally killed my sister's bird, her parakeet, and a bunch of goldfish the same day.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Well, it's cool, if you got some fish, take a straw and blow a hit of smoke in front of the fish's face, and like eventually, if you blow right in front of them, they'll suck in that bubble of smoke, and it's a funny.
That's what serial killers do, Ryan.
Funny sight to see.
No, I'm not finding that funny, dude. Are you talking about torturing a fish with smoke?
No, enhancing their lives with smoke. It's just a trip to see them sucking in. It's like, wow, that was pretty cool. That fish just took a hit. But
sure.
But like, because it was 4/20 when I was April 20th when I was 15, and so we're sitting there, and there's like half a dozen of us, and we were smoking all fucking day long. Because my mom she used to be a charge nurse at a VA hospital or whatever, and she'd be gone for like the weekend at a time, and fucking because she'd work these hella long shifts, and fucking. So I'd have the place to myself for the weekend. So we're just getting ripped, and fucking. But before this, I never knew anything. Like fucking my mom was a straight edge as far as I ever knew, and she came fucking just coming in screaming and yelling, and she goes, "What the fuck are you kids doing smoking pot in my house?" And she grabbed one of the pipes out of my buddy's hand, and she goes, and she stopped, and she like went from being mean to a big smile on her face. She goes, "Without offering your mother a hit." And then she took a hit of a pipe, and all of us are just sitting there like, "What just happened?" And she's like, "Well, go ahead, guys. I know what you're doing. Go bring them pull him out.
Is this your
Mom wants
mom?
to get stoned. Yep, and then so we each pulled our pipes out, and I sat there and got stoned with my mom for the first time.
Yeah,
Good
about
times.
that,
Yeah.
Ryan.
My parents don't want to talk
The reason she's in
anything
such a good
about
mood.
cannabis with me at all.
That's hilarious.
My dad always said that he would, because like my dad's yearbook from when he was in high school, because him and his buddy, they used to have a friend that used to go to Hawaii, and he would come back on the
Gotten
plane with
high
fucking
with them.
with pounds of weed from fucking Hawaii, and they used to call, like, he used to have a big fucking afro and shit back then, white boy afro, and but he quit smoking when I was very young, when I was like maybe 2 or 3 years old, and he's always told me that he'll smoke a joint with me once he retires, and he just retired too recently, but I'm still egging him on about it, but he hasn't done it yet.
Has anyone looked in chat in a while? People still listening to us.
Yeah, there's still people there.
What up,
There's always people listening.
How many?
There's always people listening.
That's what. Yeah, that's what they say.
It's just now AI instead of a person.
Beep, bop, boop, boop. Beep.
God, that shit's gonna get so crazy so quick.
It already is. We already know you're fake.
I can't believe the post that I made. A comment got flagged immediately and removed. And all it was talking about was the leg room between the bulkhead and the seat behind you.
Well, the bulkhead.
Well, the thing is with the bulkhead, yeah, you get that open.
I don't know why you're getting flagged for that. What's that all about? Because
I made a comment on Masonic being in the bulkhead seat, and I said, well, if you're like 6 foot tall or taller, actually the seat right behind that gives you more room, because when you're in the bulkhead and you're 6 feet tall, you're putting your feet up against that wall. And that's really uncomfortable.
What the hell is the bulkhead?
It's what separates like first class and second class. It separates the front of the plane from the back of the plane is usually what it is. Because planes are kind of made to break up into two different areas or 3 different areas when they crash land.
I got to meet poker all-star Tommy Chan on an airplane when I was like 20, back when World Series of Poker was like huge on TV and shit.
Did you blush?
Fuck yeah, pretty much, man.
No,
fucking
he bluffed.
Because like I was on. It was on a small, like I went from Minneapolis to Las Vegas, and then
intimate.
Or no, Minneapolis to.
Sounds intimate.
Fuck, where was it? To San Francisco, I guess, and then from there it was a connecting flight to Fresno. But it was like this like little like smaller plane that was from that short flight, and I'm sitting there looking at
his ditties.
There's like maybe like 30 or 40 people on the flight or whatever, and I'm looking at this guy like 2 rows in front of me, and I'm like, dude, I swear to God, I know this guy. Like I see this guy every day, like, because I was hardcore into that shit fucking back in the day, like when early 20s, like all of the bars had fucking Hold'em nights and shit. Like fucking my whole week was planned around which bar I was gonna go to which night had their poker night and shit. And fucking sure enough, I'm like, are you Tommy Chan? Or I was like, Tommy? And he goes, oh yeah. I goes, another one. And he goes, and he pulled out a deck of cards in his hand, and he gave me a signed fucking like Topps card, like player, like fucking like a baseball card, and he gave me the number to his. I guess he owns a fucking steak shop in Fresno, or in like a little town next to Fresno or something like that. It's like, oh yeah, if you ever stop in, you give me this card and I'll give you you got a free steak on me, man. But I never
Hashish,
went there.
Christoph. Hashish.
Yeah, like he was like one of the guys that they modeled the movie Rounders after or something like that. I think he was in it even.
What's his nickname, bud? You're on mute if you're talking. Is he talking to the worker?
Probably to a worker.
No worker. I was talking about the poker player. I think that guy won the poker World Series back to back. If whatever years, he was one of the top.
Yeah, he was like ultra famous.
I feel like he's got a nickname.
He got famous. He was like, yeah, one of the top guys. Like, definitely.
Like greased up curly. I remember he had like greased up curly hair in the back. Like black hair, like almost a mullet, but it was all.
Yeah, he's a character.
Yeah, no, he was really cool. Like I remember he talked to me for like fucking. We sat and had a conversation for a good 10, 15 minutes. Me just some 23-year-old kid or something like that. On a plane for my first time, or technically it was the second airplane I'd ever been on because it was a connecting flight. But yeah, that was kind of cool. Yeah, the first time I went to California, I was like,
Bonjour, Christophe.
Like 22 or 23. And I'd always thought that I'd smoked good weed before. But I had a friend that was from California that moved to Minnesota and I became friends with him. And then he moved back to California. And like he kept telling me I need to come out to California, And like one fucking winter one winter I finally like it worked out to where I had fucking workers or not fucking unemployment and shit. And like I could afford a ticket to California. So like, and he knew for a month in advance that I was coming out. So like every time that he would go to the club, he'd like squirrel away a bowl worth of the fucking top shelf weed or whatever. And like before I'd been smoking at this time, but for 10 years already, fucking. And I remember before I left the airport parking lot in San Francisco, I was more stoned than I'd ever been in my life. I'd smoked like the 3 best strains I'd ever smoked were back to back to back. And then for like 4 months straight, it was like I didn't get my card, but both him and his mom had cards, and his mom was like she was a fucking chimney, and she like knew all the clubs, and it was first name basis with everyone. Fucking like yeah, we'd go online and like be able to you go to Weed Maps and you can see the pictures and shit. Like then that was just fucking unreal to me because like we never like you maybe would get a name with 1 out of every 10 bags you would get, like fucking. And then here all of a sudden you can see pictures and all these strains. I remember fucking Chem Dog and Green Crack were like the 2 big ones. And
That's
like
what Amsterdam was for me.
it was just
Like
unreal.
a big kid in a candy store.
Yeah, for those 3 months, I am not ashamed to say that I squirreled away every bowl of the top shelf that I got, and I had a little vice, and I kept squeezing them down into this little fucking compact ball. And you're right, I fucking boofed that shit. And a bunch of my friends were happy to smoke my butt weed because it was dank.
Oh my!
I smoked on that butt weed for like a month.
28 years later, it comes out.
Yeah, it was worth it, man. I would do it all over again.
Labrador in it.
I would have, yeah. I would have fucking tried more actually, but
But a corn cob size was big enough.
yeah, no, that was fucking crazy. And then we learned about the post office and shit, but no, that was yeah. And then they had the perps too, were just kind of new wave out there at the time too. And like on the street, they had shit that was called ferps, where people would take like green crack, but they would grow it with purple food coloring, and you could tell like just instantly just because it didn't have the nose, you like the perps have like that grapefruity fucking anthocyanin, whatever the fuck it is that you're smelling. Like, I don't know, they just had that perp smell fucking. But they would have like kind of like a whitish stem and shit, and you'd see the fake ones, and they would still get the same amount for it, or I don't know.
What was going on with this dude in chat? Whoa. What'd you say to him, Ryan?
What dude in chat?
I'm just going through, like, shouting out to everybody I see, and I get to
Say what?
something the gamer.
You still there, bud?
Yeah,
Oh, it
I'm
might be
here.
somebody who's banned. That's interesting.
Did you see it? What I'm talking about?
No.
Well, it's hard to match
Are you
someone
in
up
top
with
chat?
chat and what's being said at the time, so
Well,
it's
this
kind
was
of
a
a
while ago.
guessing game of what. Okay, you're saying a while ago, so
Well,
who
I'm
knows
looking
what we
before
were
it.
talking about a while ago, you know? I'm high
What
as
was the
shit.
name
I
I
don't
asked you
remember
before?
what I did like 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Just tried to shout out chat, and I get to this gun guy. I'm like, whoa, I ain't shouting him out.
That's when you just pass on and you shut off the next friend.
Oh, I
Aye,
see.
Captain.
The Humace guy or whatever the fuck.
Aye,
Now I
Cap.
see it. Yeah. Drive-by dipshit, probably.
Yeah.
You always wonder how they find their way in. Is it a speed bump or something? Fuck knows.
No, they finally come up with a name that they haven't used for an account that's
Right.
already been blocked.
That's it exactly. Jesus, there's so much shit to do in this world. Why do you fucking persist in shit that you it's so irrational and illogical to me, but I have to remind myself rationally or logically when they obsess about a channel that they hate or just trolling the internet. It's such a weird emotion too. Like it's such a common thing now. Like, oh, trolls, they're everywhere. Why? Like, why would the trolls themselves not go do something more entertaining with their lives? It's so bizarre to me. But I guess, yeah, I'm not thinking about it right, you know,
Watch
like
something.
it's what's that?
Go watch something you like. You
Why
know,
is
if
Zoom
you
asking me if I
don't
speak
like it,
French? Zoom is telling me right
Oh, we
now I
had
don't.
French subtitles on for
Oh,
Christoph to read along.
weird.
But I don't know if he's in. He's not. Yeah, he is in here still.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, is it like
Hey,
AI
Marshall.
subtitles? My fucking internet is terrible. That's
Martial
funny.
artist. Hardcore boost for the fun of it.
Martial artist says he boofed seeds across
Does that
international
count?
borders. If you ain't boofed for the cause, you're a straight Greenwood or a halfway crook. That's pretty funny.
Moving for the cause.
This is your father's war seats.
Brian just did it. Just did it at home.
the Holland Post
Oh, the
Office
That's right.
works
practice.
He
just
just
as
boofed it
good
just
as
for
the
the
United
just for fun.
States.
Just for fun. He didn't have to. He just wanted
Practice.
to. That's his maturation process for the seeds. You know, they
No,
have to
I
go
was
through a
scared.
little
I
bit
mean,
of
if I would have known what the human body is capable, I would have quadrupled what I brought home for sure.
People are getting
really
tablets
pack it
in
in
there
there.
now.
I'm just lucky.
That's
Oh,
some
goodness.
instruction to get
I'm
a
glad I was
tablet.
late for my flight because otherwise I would have been standing in line and I would have just been paranoid as fuck in that airport.
Some
But instead,
serious yoga.
I was late for my flight, so like, and I was obviously kind of like a new flyer or whatever,
Adrenaline.
and I was just running through there like I got to, and all the checkpoints just were passing me through and rushing me to, oh, let's go that way, so like my mind was not on the fucking
This is channel number 2. Oh, yeah.
This is
Does
thankfully
blowing cocaine through a straw into a stripper's butthole count?
yeah, probably. Yeah.
Tonight's booth.
She did it fart back in your face. I don't know. I think you'd get blowback.
Glued my goddamn carb cap to my banger. Damn it.
I thought you would get
happens.
blowback from that. Get it? You know?
You forgot to take it off.
Well, if you blow straw in the butt, you get blowback right away in the form of a fart.
I have a banger that I have to heat up to take the carb cap out of.
Good times. Good stuff, as Green Fingers would say. Good stuff.
So by the way, not that I have to cut the stream, I could always make one of you guys host, but how long do you guys want to keep going? If you guys want to cut it soon, we could always do that too.
I'm up for a little bit, but
Well, I could make either you or Bud the host. That's no problem.
We could go a
Bud
little
is
bit.
a good host.
I
I'm
claim
up
no
for
responsibility.
For 16 minutes at least.
What time is it? Oh, yeah, good call.
Yeah. Time
This
to
should last
smoke
that
another
long, dude. This
joint.
thing's got, I put like half gram of hash in this thing. She's got a little kick.
I
Looks
remember
like I was heard a flare. Nice lip thing.
Well, that baggy weed, yeah, it put on nice high, but it's not sustaining.
So if
remember
it's a
like
half
10
gram of hash in that joint, is it a hash
That's
hole or
probably
is it
smoke
just a
porn.
hash gooch?
Pooping beans.
Well,
got
do you
hillbilly.
roll it in a log
Here you
and
go.
put it in the center of the joint to
you
make
get
it
a
a
hash
hole?
rash if you don't wrap it.
What are you, huh?
I don't know.
If Ryan doesn't wrap it, all of his girlfriends give him a rash.
A hash rash.
There's a shot for that, homie.
Here.
Bend over.
I like just to put a little piece of hash on the end of it and then call it a
I
hashtag,
bet you do.
like a skin tag.
Is that what they call it? Is that what the kids call it these days?
Real past the skin tags.
Box of skin tags. That's a high living there. You can procure yourself.
Sounds like something a
Skin tags.
psychopath serial killer would have.
And you could have smoke breaks and shit, right? So I would like, you know how you can like pull the filter out of a cigarette with your teeth? I don't know if you ever
No.
smoked.
I actually do that very often because I roll joints in my little cigarette roller, and then I pull the
so
cigarette.
yeah, you get where I'm going with this.
You
But I
fuckers
I
need
was
to
like a
learn how to
Camel
use
Blue
your
dude.
hands. Jesus Christ. What
I
happens when
would
all
think-
the cigarette rollers break and you're stuck in a snowstorm or some shit?
Well, the reason I had to do it was because I had to do it in front of people in suits and shit, right? In Prohibition land. So I could get two hits of herb, and then I'm smoking a cigarette. So I just make damn sure not to blow it near them the first couple ones, and you can taste the second it changes from pot to tobacco. You know what I mean? Real quick.
My stepdad made me. I wasn't allowed to smoke his homegrown when I was 16 until I could roll a joint of sugar sand without spilling any on the frisbee.
With
So
with your toes.
No, but I learned how to roll joints young. I can roll a joint.
With your feet.
It's just
When
more
I
convenient
went
than this
to-
little cigarette tube thing because I can just.
People are savages over in Minnesota.
When I went to Vietnam, I forgot
Don't you
the
know?
roller. so I had to go back to hand rolling. And actually, if I have an inch and a half paper, I roll decent
That's what he
joints.
said.
They actually come out not so pregnant looking anymore.
That's what he said.
Because all my joints used to be like really big in the center and like really small at the end.
That's what she said.
Exactly. And she loved every inch of it.
Minus. Yep. I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, all my
I did the
joints
math. I
came
did the
out
math. I'll
pregnant.
take your word for it.
But yeah, I've been using a rolling machine now for shit, 16 years.
I've been using my hands for a lot of them. I learned that to get a ride, I had to fucking learn to roll like a bunch of fucking tobacco cigarettes mostly. 50-50s too, now that I think about it. A fucking bugler.
Nah, they were $1.10 a pack.
Mama's a bugler.
You bought cigarettes.
Oh yeah. She fucking it's got the lips.
I think
it's all on the lips. It's like drinking freaking syrup.
to buy one of these, you can't even read the word top on it anymore. But like
drinking syrup.
I can roll a cigarette with this thing. I mean, quicker than you can say roll a cigarette with this thing if you said it like 10 times really slow.
All right, roll a cigarette with this thing. Damn, I'm muted.
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
and then sometimes it gets clogged though, Ryan, then it sucks.
It doesn't like it'll if I roll a shit ton of
Okay, you can say it. You know it does.
it'll get a little bit
Yeah, right when you really want one too. I know this game. I played it.
I gotta
play it
find
right now. I'm smoking a blunt, dude. I'm totally on the fucking nick, as the kids say.
I didn't make it to the gas station in time, and I live in a small ass town that fucking everything's closed, so I couldn't get fucking tubes.
Yeah, that's one thing about living in small towns, some shops, 6 o'clock, that's it.
Hardcore, do you guys eat Danishes like basically every day for breakfast?
I don't know. Is your mom Danish? She didn't say.
I wanted to say dick so bad. I held myself up, dude.
It was, I guess it's Wisconsin. I don't know. Maybe it's Wisconsin that has the Danish because, out here, to be honest, we don't know the difference.
We fucks with like that.
What's that?
We fucks with Danishes and shit.
Dude, who doesn't like Danish? I mean, seriously, you'd have to be a fucking moron not to like Danishes. But they're apparently Danish, like from Danish people, but also like the ones that we know are from the Midwest mostly. Who was it? Frickin' Pedro's Grow Room. That's not his real name, but Pedro's Grow Room. I would love to know where he got the name Pedro. I never asked him. But anyway, he was shocked that I knew about the Danish, that I guess he's from that town. And apparently it's from, he's from Racine, whatever. Because I buy these Danishes at fucking Trader Joe's. So it's not like some CIA shit or whatever. Like they literally sell these Danishes at fucking Trader Joe's and they're really good, right? And so everyone at Trader Joe's is like, oh shit, they have the Danish again, bro. You gotta get it. So he was super shocked that anyone knows about the super secret Danish that they probably have trucks sending out to the goddamn world. But in my mind, you guys are like the Danish drug kingpins of the fucking world. You're like the Pablo Escobar people of the goddamn Danishes. So I assume that you're just all snorting Danish every morning, but I don't know.
I'm trying to think
probably what's happening.
Hey Ryan, have you ever heard of a pasty?
No.
Oh, those
from
are
the Upper Peninsula of
Welsh, right?
Michigan, dude.
Or no,
That's what they used.
pasty,
Oh,
Cornish pasties,
They
right?
used to
Well,
bring
they
them
have
down
different
into the
pasties.
mines because they could heat them on their headlamps.
Yeah.
It's like a meat pot, a meat and potato and rutabaga.
Your mama likes to wear
on it.
pasties too. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And it's kind of spelled the same, so it's funny because but you pronounce it pasty. They're actually pretty good. You can get like different types of stuff in them. But like the traditional ones, just like rutabaga, potato, ground beef.
I
What
or
is
fucked
something like
Yorkshire
that.
up.
pudding made of?
I don't know.
What do you do to that poor cigarette? Did you just basically murder it or what? Look what I did to
No,
my
I fucked
boy.
up. That's actually the joint I rolled,
No, I was talking about hardcore.
and I'm smoking it.
Sorry, Captain,
I'm
you thought
about,
I was mocking you. He held up this twisted wreck of a thing.
I'm sorry. I can't get
It was
there.
like the ghost of a proper cigarette. So again, what's in a fucking Yorkshire pudding? I know that they're tasty, and they're not sweet, by the way. You think you're gonna go to England and have like sweet pudding or some shit? No, 90% of their pudding is
I think
salty and whatever.
in the pudding.
Sour cream, vanilla.
Oh, I just failed.
And yet they call dessert pudding. Go fucking figure.
It's kind of more
Batter
like
of
a
eggs,
bread.
flour, and milk and water. Oh, all
Yeah,
right.
more like bread.
Yeah. So it's like a deep fried roll or something. That's bizarre. All right. Well, I had them a couple of times. They were yummy. You know that?
How about some churros,
I
huh?
mean, donut. An unsalted donut, maybe? Shit. It's been a while since I've had a Yorkshire pudding. Maybe that's what it is, like an unsalted donut. Major General saying egg and flour, milk. Definitely autoflowers also. They grind up some autoflowers and put them in there.
Sounds like a party.
Sandy Wriggler says Yorkshire pudding is the leftovers from every mental institution and retirement home kitchen blended up and baked.
Now, let's try this with the fresh one.
Yeah, like your style.
Um,
Where's Caker in the cup? Paige and Caker.
Fuck, there's like a super trendy dish now that
Yeah, it took,
literally
like,
is like, it's
6
called
seconds.
garbage can or some shit. And it's just literally like everything from your fridge on a plate, apparently. I might be misremembering this shit, but it's some fucking TikTok garbage. I don't know. This shit's probably made up by AI at this point. And so apparently people are doing this. Like I keep seeing it on Reddit. So that's how insidious it is. It starts on TikTok and then you see it on Reddit. And I'm like, I don't want to see this shit.
That's called Tuesday night in the trailer park.
Fuck. Yeah, now you gotta have a TikTok
Like
channel where
party.
you have like 5 million followers. Be super famous. And what? Advertise
I gotta put her down, boys.
fucking Dollar Tree or something. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever get to those numbers.
How do the money? Seriously. I guess I don't know.
Dollar Tree
So
does pretty
bizarre.
good advertising.
Some of those channels are so bizarre though. There's like whole channels that are just basically rage bait. So people just do deliberately stupid shit and they have like millions of followers. Um, I've heard from like 10 different friends independently. Like they're not communicating with each other about how, oh, they follow these cool channels. And I'm, oh yeah, okay. And they tell me about it. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. All of this. It's basically people pretending to do robot moves. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. Like the first literally 30, I'm over. Like first 35 seconds, I'm just really impressive. Super, that's cool. But like literally, it's all just videos of them doing just average everyday stuff, just doing robot and glitching. I don't know. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
And I look
Seriously.
at my channel, and I'm 10 subscribers away
Cheers,
from
Nathaniel.
triple digits.
We should
What
get you
does
to
that mean,
triple
Ryan?
digits, hardcore. What do you promise people in the great beyond of
Does that mean you can go
figure,
live?
not three figure
I'm
channeling?
not sure.
Does that mean that you'll be exactly? Are you allowed to go live?
I think I
Does that
can go
mean
live.
that they'll have
I did
your
tape a video called
parts to
First
look
Hour
forward to or something?
that got like
20 views, I think, and then I didn't go live since then.
Uh,
But
a video call with like the local garbage company or what?
I don't think I can do
Or
Zoom
did
live.
you
I'm not sure how
or
it works.
did you just do like a video and then post that video onto your YouTube page
No, I
or
think
site?
it was me painting one of them flower things, and I'm pretty sure I was actually live.
It may
And you're
allow
sure
you
you
to
weren't
go
live on
live.
Pornhub instead?
Nope.
That's not what your mom said.
I got nothing to say after that one, bud.
But that's where like you should put your video, upload all these videos on Pornhub, upload them everywhere.
Uh,
That's like
Bunghole?
what's his name? The country singer, fucking, he put out one of his videos on Pornhub, debuted it on there.
This country singer slinging some D. Is that?
I know
And then they sell it to
dirty.
the Pornhub.
It's that dirty. He's foul mouthed. He's got a whole shit ton of songs. A lot of them about
Swinging Dixie.
How long
gay.
have you been on its OnlyFans? How long have you been a member?
I
Hardcore.
could see if you had like an operation of like,
I was in a Pen 50 club
20 tables
Or sub,
going
as they call them.
and having like cameras on every table. That way people could watch a certain strain grow from, clone all the way up through the end of harvest. I think a channel like that, if you just did like a continuous 24-hour feed,
There's
that could
several of them.
probably be a really good one.
I'm subscribed to like 3 of these now. Ever since Minnesota became legal, there's one there's one site that's called Minnesota Cannabis College. They call themselves a college, and they've got like these 2 little like, and they were doing shit wrong from the get go, kind of. And there's on both channels, there's no one in the like. There's never been any chatters or anything, and like one of them, like I'm like I commented a couple things in chat like a month ago, and they're still the only thing in chat. Well, there's 2 of them. There's that one, and then there's one called Gooners Grow. Whoever the hell Gooner is.
You're a gooner.
That again is another one where it's just pretty
I
boring.
noticed that you completely evaded the Danish question.
We eat I like Bismarcks.
What are Bismarcks?
They're
Cookie.
they're like a Bavarian cream filled fucking
Oh, all right.
long
I like
with like
those.
chocolate cream on it.
Huh. You prefer those to the Danish because the Danish are arrogant and self-centered, or just because you prefer the flavor?
Because I'm not even sure what a Danish is at the top of
He
my head.
Really?
likes the
Oh, no
cream.
shit.
He likes the cream.
Well, come on. It is a perfect combo of fucking
Oh,
donut. Bismarck's. I guess I know them as Boston cream. Funny, probably every single. Uh, what was it there? Speaking of Reddit, apparently I spent all my life on Reddit. There was what is it?
I like cookies and cream.
Like a Russian salad, I think a lot of people call it on Reddit the other day. And the question was like, oh, what do you call this in your country? And it was fucking hilarious because everybody in the chat knew that salad because it's basically just a chopped salad with mayonnaise. And in this case, I was like, oh, it's either salad Olivier or something else. And it's basically originally a French salad that the Russians ripped off, and now it's like a traditional Russian salad. So it's like my grandma's favorite salad.
My
Or
mom used
there's
to
this slightly different version of it, which is this one apparently with the I think Thousand Island dress or not
is it
Russian
with
dressing instead of mayonnaise. Doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, it had all these goddamn names, and so for example, the French even had different names for it. They were like, "Oh, it's salade niçoise," blah blah blah, and not just obviously. French probably wouldn't call it French salad. That'd be kind of stupid, but still, well, I guess we call American cheese, but still, anyway.
my mom used to make, or my grandma's or whatever, poison noodles they would call it. But it would be mayonnaise, but they would have like like a lot of times there'd be a can of peas thrown in and like a can of tuna or a can of chicken or something like that. Maybe some cheese sprinkled in. and shells, and that was poison noodles or elbow macaroni or whatever the fuck you had.
That's pretty.
Sounds
Then, of course,
delightful.
our favorite from Boston, the shit on the shingle. Fuck, what was I gonna look
SOS,
up? I
babe.
forget now.
Toast and
It's
gravy
good to have.
meat.
A bookmark? Or like we'd have what is it, the cinnamon fucking swirls with like the brown sugar top on it?
Oh, you're
Oh,
fancy,
I was gonna
huh?
look up Danishes. That's what.
Cinnamon bun.
Or bear claws too?
You like Long John,
Apple
right?
fritters. God, I wish I could have some of these.
I'm more of a cake donut kind of guy.
Skittles wrapped in a fucking fruit roll up?
But hey, Dunkin' Donuts is Dunkin' Donuts, even in Thailand.
Oh, I'll crush a
Crispy, Krispy Kreme though,
yep.
like crushes Dunkin' Donuts in sales.
Dude,
I've never had either.
I'll do a 6-pack of those suckers and hate myself.
There's people that literally they put a Krispy Kreme on the other side of the checkpoint, so you could take like a dozen or 2 dozen back home to your family. There's people on there that are taking like back 4 to 8 dozen of these because it's like, oh, this is like a great gift to give when I get back home because they come from a small village. They don't get that, or the next Dunkin' Donuts is like 50, 60 kilometers away.
No, our local food here would be probably considered uh lutefisk, which is where they take
Oh,
they
God.
Dude, my Swedish side, that's what they did.
yeah, what is the lutefisk? Is it cod or
It's
is it
lye. They used lye to freaking soak the fish in.
yeah, they soak the fish in lye and then it's just like becomes like a gelatinous goop.
Yeah. And then you gotta take the lye, and then you gotta obviously separate it again.
The old ladies at the bingo hall don't even have to take their teeth out to eat it.
Oh, dude, you could smell it. So you could smell it. Like,
There's a lutefisk factory in town here. It's just a little like a shed that they make lutefisk in, but and you can't smell
my
it.
pops would eat it. My pops would eat it, and
Yeah, my
uh,
grandmas would have, but I've never, I
none
don't
of the
remember
ladies
at
did.
least. I've had eel pout though that I shot a video at the eel pout festival. Fucking got like 500,000 views now, but like that one, the host
Did you
eats
eat it?
fucking, he eats some fried eel pout balls and makes some jokes about balls in this girl's mouth, and then but he only had like one of them, and then she had one of them, and then I got to
And
like
then you ate the rest?
I ate the rest, dude. I mowed down on them things. It was like
Oh,
fucking
I bet you did, buddy.
like 20 of them shits, man. They're good
I bet so. All at once, too.
I'm cramming them in there, dude. I was fucking starved and hungry. Same thing. Or not.
Give me those balls in my mouth now. Just swinging ranch alongside as like lubricant.
I remember that sucked because like that whole episode, I knew that because that was the first time I ever met the guy, and like I was starstruck. Like he like based out of LA and like fucking shot videos, you know.
So did he touch you? Is that what you're telling us?
But like I wanted to get him stoned,
Is he your ditty?
but like all I had was like
Is he your ditty? You can tell us, is he your ditty?
you got to take the nuts out of your mouth. I can't hear what you're saying again.
Is he your ditty? I'm sorry.
No,
I said, did he ditty you? Ditty you.
but she is. I think it's physically possible now. Physically, I could diddy her because she is now she.
Whatever you said, you were starstruck.
Well, no, because I used to watch this cat on like every Thursday for years. Like he went all around the world and like.
So did he you? That's what I was asking.
No, he did not. Fucking.
Oh, I'm so high, dude.
But I got then like at a second video like I he took me to We Fest and I shot and directed a video there. That one's got like 600,000 views.
I saw that one.
It was kind of cool. I had the VIP press pass, so like, and the only person that I like wanted to see like vaguely was Kid Rock, and fucking not that I'm a huge Kid Rock fan, but I thought, I got to get some video of Kid Rock playing, and like we were at my van fucking because like the campgrounds. I don't know if you've ever been to We Fest before, but the campgrounds there
I
are
did
fucking
for 10,000 Lakes.
yeah. But so you like the campgrounds there are pretty big. Like if you're on the asset like in the cheap spots, like it can take you fucking an hour to get to the damn inside the stage and shit. And then you gotta wait through the fucking go in and out of the fucking the stage area.
Jesus fucking Christ. It took me 5 minutes to Google this shit. I have no idea how my internet could be this bad. These are fucking Danishes. 10 minutes ago, we were talking about this shit. Anyway,
Wow.
I don't know how my internet is this fucking bad.
Oh yeah, and they're filled with different.
Ugh. Anyway,
Different-
interestingly enough, they were brought to Denmark by Austrian bakers. So they're actually in the Viennese tradition with the cheese filling and all that. Anyway, that was kind of an interesting side note. While I was Googling the fucking images, I Googled on my phone and everything else, whatever. Anyway,
German chocolate
back to
cake
you.
was
Sorry.
I didn't hear
Say it
who was it again, Fumi?
again?
Who brought it to who? The Danish?
What's that?
Who brought the Danish to who?
Austrian bakers brought it to Denmark.
Gotcha.
Am I just
So
fucking,
so
can
that'd
you
be
hear me at all?
Danish, a Danish thing? Is that right?
Yeah, I think you
I
can hear. I
love
think my internet is
Danish
just
there.
fucking garbage. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave.
Are Danish Denmark?
I'll make Captain the fucking host. Sick
German
of this
chocolate
shit.
cake. German chocolate cake was made by a family named
Yummy.
German in America, but their last name was German, and they made a chocolate cake that was good. So that's why German chocolate cake is a thing.
Ta-da!
Bud's walking around the facility.
Nice.
Spotlight that shit.
Probably a whole bunch of empty 4x8s getting ready to be transferred. Always a fun time. That means you got weed drying.
Is Bud talking to a helper or is he just talking to the ladies?
Probably talking to a partner. Yeah, you really don't have employees. You can't afford employees. Come on.
Used to be able to. It was nice.
Oh, Bud doesn't sit.
Fuck. It's been a
Bud
solo trip for me for like 4 years now.
He grows it. He doesn't trim that, Bud.
5, 4, 3, 4 years. 3, 4 years.
They're projected to have 10 to 12 people just making clones 8 hours a day. And I told them, no, give them something to take care of. Give them like a group of plants that they learn how to take cuttings off of the plants. Give them something else to do besides just sit there and make clones all day.
Man,
they're going to get bored as fuck and they're going to be very unproductive.
That's why you keep them high, bro.
I've told this a million times too, but like the first year that I was growing on for my buddy and this 4,000. The first year is 4,000 plants, and we hired a bunch of Amish girls to trim for us, and like
Naked.
it was my fucking like I was like the guy that ran all, like he had his fucking he opened up a dispensary, and like that had him consumed fucking full time and shit. And so like he tried, and he's a farmer too. He wanted to be in control of the growing the first year, and like, but he wasn't doing like, I don't know, like I should show I got a little video clip that fucking like he let me grow like 12 plants, and they were like 3 pound plants each or something like that. And like I pan up to the rest of the field, and it's like all these like maybe a quarter pound on the biggest ones of thousands of plants. And then the next year he let me take over, and I fucking we did good with 7,000 of them. But in any case, fucking we hired these Amish because it's kind of like, oh, in California, Bud might be able to go to fucking Home Depot and pick up a couple of fucking.
I bet you got mad Amish game, don't you?
Well, you just be polite, I guess. I don't know. They're like
You talk to them and stuff.
well, I mean, it was just I you know I was in the fucking the like when it came to them, like
Culture.
so we had maybe we started out with maybe 10 of them for the first week, 8-hour days. And like that morning, like before, or the night prior
See what's so funny.
in there, I would go out, and I like would chop. I was just chopping mare stems, chopping like the big fat colas on the top, and sometimes on like the southwest side you'd get a little bit bigger bud too or whatever. But I was just chopping fucking like crates full of fucking like I would take 72 cell trays, and I'd put them upside down so the holes were facing up, and then I would just pluck all these tops in there, and like you could fit like fucking 20 of them into one of them trays or something like that. And then I would put that in the tote and fucking, I don't know, just
you throw it in their pen and come back.
Well, actually,
later.
What I started doing, so like halfway through the day, when the buds would start to go limp and shit, and they're like,
yeah.
By the end of the day, they would be. It's like they're trying. It's like you're trying to trim a wet mop, So like, what I ended up doing was I would take like like the bottom there'd be a bottom tray that, or like
committing a crime.
There'd be a solid tray that you can fit.
Are we consequences for listening to this?
That you can fit your 72 cell tray in, like then you can go them on top. Well, I would take and I would put fucking water in that fucking in like the flood tray or whatever, and especially ice water would work really well. And right when I would chop them, I would put them in that tray of water for like fucking
oh shit,
that morning or like the night before, and then like you would have turgid buds, like so they could made trimming a lot easier. All
what
the way
kind of buds?
It was hemp.
What kind of buds?
They were I don't know if I got.
No, what? How are they?
I don't know. They were like
He's trying to get you to say what the word how you describe them. That's all. Don't worry about it.
He's got to know I'm fucking.
So much turgid. It's the fucking the leaf. What do they call it? The petiole.
I know what it is. Like the homie that homie, the old homie from chat.
The petiole.
Turgid City.
The stem of the leaf, or whatever you want to call that center part, but fucking.
Isn't there a dude Turgid City?
Yeah.
Yeah. What up, dude?
So like they would like, and they picked it up quick, like they were fucking. I don't know, like 15, but somewhere around that. But I think the oldest one was. It's hard to tell. Like they could be 16 and they look like they're 60. Like
Ryan.
A lot of them, they wear thick glasses and shit. Like by that time.
Don't want to hear it.
But I don't know. But like I fucking gave the one chick like a really quick rundown, like but we don't want crow's feet and be like, be careful and like
Crow's feet.
I couldn't explain because they don't know science. What like they go to eighth grade at most, and fucking
Come on.
and they don't have a science classes other outside of the Bible.
Got that thing looking like New Jack City, dude.
So I couldn't like explain what a trichome was, but like they kind of got the concept, and like and I could tell, but they got good right away, like and the ones that were in charge would be, teach the other ones fucking we
Is
yeah,
that the
dude,
right movie, New Jack City?
like I got videos of the jars, dude, that they were all hand trimmed by these fucking like yeah, if you go to my gotta get me to 100 fucking subscribers on my channel. You go there, you can see the
I
video.
can't subscribe on once, dude.
You can even see a little clip of a bud that I put in water that or I think. I don't know.
I'm looking at all that shit.
But like they fucking
I like when you're out in the fields shit, with the hot cans.
yeah, so and like the first fucking
Going out the Jonkers.
the first few days that where they were working, they were like well one thing was like so we would have like a country music station on really quiet in the background.
Playing on the radio, so I turned it off.
One of those Amish chicks, apparently she had worked in a greenhouse
Little weed for you.
and they must play the radio because this chick knew like every single song on like a lot of the country music stations like are just the popular whatever, but she knew every like almost every song that was on there and she was singing them good too and like some of the girls were looking at her like, oh my god, she's going to hell, and some of them were like awe-inspired by it, like wow, this girl like first has heard songs enough to know what they sound like. It was crazy, and then they would just giggle and gossip like girls but it was in low German, so I couldn't fucking every once in a while I could kind of get a little bit of it, but like but after the first like day or two of that, I got sick of the country music and sick of fucking whatever. So like I put on Crime Pays with Botany Dozens podcast. And
I'm only conspiracy theorists.
No, Crime Pays with Botany Dozen is an awesome fucking yeah. Go subscribe to him if you. I don't give a fuck. Unsubscribe from me and go to subscribe to him. He's
I'm gonna
this,
go do it right now.
This dude from Chicago, fucking.
How do I get out of here?
That he just goes around the world and just botanize. He points out plants and identifies what they are in Latin and then like what their colloquial name might be, like what the locals call it, and then he'll tell you different things about it. Might tell you that there some witches make potions out of them and people put them in their butts, but he doesn't care about that. But no,
bro.
But he's cool shit, man, and he like explains like what all the different fucking morphologies and the different parts of a plant and what sexy things they do to each other. And you learn cool words like fuck it, I can't even pronounce words now. Like fucking innuendo or fucking god, I'm fucking stoned. An indumentum? That would have fucking surface? I don't know. I'm high, dude. The abaxial surface of a leaf. You know what that is? The abaxial side of your mom.
Is it windy and like stormy over by you, Ryan?
It's just a little bit.
No,
it was sprinkling on me earlier. The snow is going. It's just piles now. Any standing snow is melted away, unless it's behind like a big tree or your mom or something like that with a shadow.
No.
She's dirty though. We keep her out in the yard till fucking.
Her igloo's holding up well. That was nice of you to build.
Yeah. Well, she keeps the village fed for the winter, so.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, I know.
But hell of a try. I think that's strike 8. You're out. Shit, I'm gonna be out here soon. 20%, son. What? 20%? Say what?
I'm gonna have to let myself out pretty soon because I gotta fucking go tile this around in the bathroom in that fucking place.
You're doing what in their bathroom?
Oh, I've been tiling these apartments and
Oh
fucking
my!
with fucking that should be getting.
You cut them or you just placing them and rocking it? Oh,
Well,
not cutting.
it's kind of fucked up because the guy I work for is kind of like he's Mr. Cut Corners and fucking
Those
I
are fun to
hate
work for.
those.
Slumdog
Gotta make
Millionaire.
sure you get.
Yeah.
Like, he owns a shit ton of properties and he doesn't fucking
I'm
most
like,
popular ones, he doesn't really care to fucking or I don't know what I'm but what he's doing in these he just bought this particular complex and basically he's raising the rent on everyone that's there until like they can't afford to live there and go out and then he upgrades the apartment and then goes from fucking rags to riches and then he fucking I don't know. I think most of the money is mostly from like government programs anyways for most people that live but some people get more
If
money. I don't know.
if you have like a 15 to 1800 square foot house that was built in the 1960s to present, you
I got
can get that approved for Section 8 housing. And Section 8 housing allows to be charged up to 1,560 some dollars in the state of Ohio.
I'm guessing that's what rent rent is probably is in some of these apartments once he redoes them because
Yeah.
you're like it's all like lipstick on a pig. It's like you get I don't know if you would
You skim
Hey,
coat
look,
instead of putting it in like 2 inches and like wire. You just skim coat it. Worry about the
well,
tenant breaking it and
throw a
having to
couple
fix it.
extra grounded
like
out like
like in this place I would have like in an ideal situation I would have fucking gone with like a floor leveling system first like some type of compound or like I don't know like cement.
Something to level out the floor
Something-
instead of being
Yeah,
on a tilt
yeah.
all the time.
'Cause this floor it was on they're on concrete pads, and the floor is just wavier than shit because like it wasn't yeah there was not fucking big large format tile fucking on it before, but like normally like I don't know a guy could have taken a little bit of extra time and but that's shit takes like a day to happen so or 2 days to fucking
Try and cure.
yeah so like I don't know it's just a bitch to
But
do it and then on top of that then there's always like the different, you get the different, like you go to a big box store and in order, so much of the same tiles, and they're not going to be fucking like, especially on it when you do the cheap side. And when I say cheap, I mean they're still like fucking, I don't know, fucking at least $5 a tile or maybe $10 a tile or something like that. Like it adds up quick, like, but like fucking,
yeah, especially when you're doing 5, 6, 700 square feet,
yeah, this one's a few hundred at
and
least.
every box is only like 25 square feet or
Yeah,
15 square feet, and you're like, holy shit, I gotta buy 10 boxes, and they're
these ones
45 to $75 a pop.
these ones are 75 square feet, but technically they're different than that because like you gotta figure in like there's not a true 12-inch tile like they're at like they'll be like 11 and 7/8 or like I don't know they'll be
Oh,
off
that sucks.
and they'll
We
only
bought them seconds.
a 16th off from each other or maybe an 1/8 inch off from each other at the most, but still like when you're trying to keep a grout line or if you're going over if you got like a big hump that you're trying to fucking go over, like if you picture like if you take two pizza boxes and you put them on a hill facing each other, that the lip in between them gets tighter. So like you can't keep that same. I don't know if there's any fucking. I don't know. It's kind of just a shitty way to do
If
a thing.
if you knew it from the
That's what she said.
beginning, then what you could have done was take all the bigger tiles or all the smaller tiles if there was a smaller number of those and do the entire outline first with those different tiles and then fill the center in with the smaller tiles or bigger tiles, whatever. And that would have helped with your grout lines. If you didn't know that going in, though, holy shit, that's a nightmare.
Oh no, it's always
You
there.
just,
But
you just
no,
place one every other one.
I were to do that
That
with,
way it looks like a pattern.
but at the same time, like those same tiles, yeah, I could sit there all day long and I could turn them a quarter turn, and then they would match up to here. And but it's I don't know, it's just it's a lot of me complaining too right now too. But I don't know.
Well, a shitty job is a shitty job. And when you got someone cutting corners and it causes you problems installing it, because basically I lay a tile and I lay hardwood floor. We give a price per square foot. Well, if we have a lot of problems with the wood being bowed and shit like that, then it eats up a lot of the time. And we gave you a price that was based on square footage, not time. And you buying shitty materials or materials that aren't proper size, then that costs us so much more time and it's not figured into the price we gave you.
Yeah, if you want to spend the extra money on like I think they call them rectified tiles normally, where they'll actually be machined and like they will be perfectly true everyone, but those cost a lot more money, so that's not how the. But that's
I
what I would.
remember when
I
they
would
were
do the
called
same thing
regular tiles.
when you're and he's trying to flip all these things real quick. I don't know. I'd rather be fucking Fireworks gay. I'd rather be doing other shit. Sorry for my 90s fucking slur there. Where's Jay Fizzle? Did he fizzle out? He playing cards?
He's doing something.
He plays with his baseball cards. He makes them talk to each other. You know,
Ain't no
Joe,
fizzle bizzle, the shizzle.
do you ever
I'm
have
here.
your
Every,
cards? Do they
everybody's got to
I'm
have a
lurking like
friend.
you do, dude. How do I get my little icon up there? Huh? Hardcore? Softcore?
your icon? I don't know. Mine's usually on my little thing on my screen at least, but like I'm not. I don't think I'm logged in on my through my Google or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'm not really that smart in computer shit.
You're just a blank part on the screen.
You could hear me before?
I er, it, every other your mom.
These nuts.
He's nuts.
Did I stutter there, Ryan?
Man, the glow from those lights. That's so beautiful.
Ryan's the one shorting out. Short circuit. He's fake. He's a
What's up with you and robot names?
he's a
I want to be the cat. Is he the car in fucking what's his name drives, whatever the fuck. Knight Rider? No, that's the different shit.
What did you say?
You were more into Kirby? Love Bug?
You're a hug bug. I heard about you.
Your mom gave me bugs when I gave her a hug.
Oh man.
You're not supposed to hug her there, dude. It's weird.
Facebook Marketplace is driving me crazy. I can understand two people asking the same question just differently. I can't understand like 10 people asking the same question. It's like you can't read the comment above.
Yeah, a thumb up doesn't get it across, little cap, you know. You gotta get you gotta write it so they make sure they see yours.
Oh, believe me, when I write, because my mom, it was like living in a house with a fucking lawyer. And to argue with her, you had to remember like word for word what she said. Because she would say, oh no. And then, yeah. So I make sure even when I text, my texts are like books, literally, because I text and I speak or I try to where everybody can understand what I'm saying and there's no confusion
Know what I'm
because I
saying?
don't want a whole bunch of questions. I'd rather answer any type of questions than what I'm saying. So everything's to the point and there's no beating the bush.
Brains. Know what I'm saying?
What's Christoph smoking? Is he smoking some hash over there?
Hashish.
That's some hashish?
Smoking your mama.
That's what I can ask my friend.
You're over there
If
deep
I
lung.
can sell secondhand items like household shit down at the market, or does it have to be fruit, food, and new shit?
New.
We've got a little vodka hash right there, it looks like.
Probably have to
You know
be
how we do.
tied to set up.
My eyeballs are burning.
That picture?
That hash got me. Who's all still here even?
Bud's working away.
Bud,
Finally cleaning
Krista.
of them plants that he had half
Green finger cookie around.
for the longest time that he
What's
cleaned
that,
up.
Ryan?
Well, Bud was talking about cleaning up the bottom of these other plants that he had for the longest time, and then he never got around to it. And now he's
Finally doing it.
What's he working on?
Yeah.
Which one?
Who knows?
I want to smell that I-95.
I want to smoke it.
Yeah, start with the nose.
Yeah, it probably does not smell bad where Bud is standing right now.
Why not?
Yeah. A Romulan would be nice. They all sounded. All the ones that he listed right off the bat, except for the mints. I could pass on the mints.
Cushman serves a purpose.
Yeah, but I'd rather try something else or more something.
I wonder what kind of how easy it would be just to put like, because you need like the filter to filter that light out. You could actually see like how gnarly and awesome them plants look right now.
Oh yeah, I used to take a piece of an old
Something
method
with a
7
UV
plant.
protection, like a regular lens from a $2 pair of sunglasses.
I want one of those method 7s from the HBS.
Yeah, but those are like 130, 150 bucks a pair.
Not
They're
if you want
nice
to.
glasses.
You just hold it up to the lens if you own a pair. Everybody should own a pair. They're worth it.
I have 6 pairs of LED glasses. They sent me a pair with every light.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Method 7 makes those too. It makes the mix light one, all that shit.
Yeah.
I bought these ones that just put light directly in your eyes, and they did. I think they're built wrong or something. No, I don't wear them.
Look into the light. Oh, dude, I'm fucking high. I gotta get off
Yeah.
this thing. Get me out of here. How do we get in there?
I think we're gonna be kind of out on the 20 anyways.
Dig up some. Oh, is it already almost there again? I could probably dig up some haze.
21 minutes.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
That's 3:20 here, and I gotta make it off to the post office.
What time?
And they close at 4 p.m.
It sucks flip flopping.
I think they speak French at that Canada that Christoph's from.
Christoph isn't from Canada.
From the
Christoph is from France, bro. You mean somebody else, like Caribou or something?
What are you doing taking over pictures?
I was just doing a throwback to the French Canada thing from earlier.
What is Ryan doing now? I gotta see what he's doing.
I didn't do that. AI did it because someone mentioned autos a couple times in chat.
Auto Major General.
Oh, I wonder how he really feels about that.
Autos this year, dude. Busting out the autos.
Quebec.
I gave him that name a long time ago. The Major Auto Flower General.
Oh, I thought I was muted that whole time.
I think you were.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you were just working, so.
Oh, you're working on that.
He stopped early to smoke because those weren't done yet.
Defoliating the couple trays. Constant defoliating.
Yeah.
Anyone stand out in particular, stinking that you worked on, that you brushed up against?
Today we took down like so many different ones.
Just all kind of blend.
Now just gotta wait it out, see how they smell.
No.
If you were growing here in Thailand in a greenhouse, you'd have to be defoliating like every other day at least. I mean, that's how fast the fan leaves grow here.
Well, this is like week 3, like around 20 some days.
Perfect.
Yeah, they're done stretching for the most part. Now it's time to
rock and roll.
If the bud site isn't gonna get direct light, and then take it off.
Yep.
And
Send
even
the
if this
energy
plants
up.
are healthy, like I'll defoliate real good, and in like a week or a little over a week, I'll look at it. It won't.
Here.
Yeah, it'll just fill right back in.
I
Be like, what
love
the
that
fuck?
shit.
I thought I took all that shit out of there.
Yeah, I've often been like, "Oh fuck, I did too much," and then you just wait a week, and you're like, "Oh, all right, I'm glad I did
I
that."
used to grow more of those unders and small pieces, and then pay trimmers to make the best of it and use it. Now with our new trimmer uh, situation and what we pay them per pound, they don't trim the lowers. That's part of the deal. But there are none. Like think of it like I don't want to get into numbers, but like very little lowers.
It's a good problem to have.
There's no room for that unless you run in half.
That takes like all this defoliation. You got to get in there and clean them up. And you think you got all those little
It pays
suckers out
off
of
at the end,
there.
though.
Another week later, there's more of them.
They're back. Yep.
Pays
Pinch
off
'em
not
off.
to fuck with all that shit. Unless you're like going
That's
straight
what
to the
I would
freezer with
do.
it, and you're like doing hash and shit.
Make little popcorns, but like, yeah,
It's easier sometimes just to pinch those off all the time instead of taking a pair of scissors.
yeah. Well, I usually pinch them. Sometimes some with the scissors, or sometimes it's a sharp razor blade. Just get in there and be accurate.
I've even used the thumb blade.
I've tried to show people, and I realized, yeah, I've been doing this for fucking 35 years. So just little things like snapping leaves off or
Throwing your thumbnail out.
like, yeah, I don't think
literally a green thumb.
I had it. I remember when my friend used to teach me, and I remember touching a plant was like a whole made me nervous or anxious or whatever. Now it's 35 years later. But then when you're teaching somebody else or showing someone else how to help you,
You
I've had
beat
to
the shit
learn.
out of 'em.
Yeah, a lot of times, a lot of times they're like super frat. Like I always have to remind them, yeah, don't I mean, don't
It's a
roughhouse it till
weed.
breaking it and snapping it and shit. But you don't have to treat it like, you know, you can carry three at a time. You know what I mean?
Dude, people be smart to print up their shit on these Grove bags.
Some of the craziest best plants I've had. It's
Fucking
like
work.
some crazy thing happens where the
Or turp block.
it's in half, and I'll get like tape. A lot of times I have this metal aluminum tape for AC,
This is
and
Grove bag.
I'll use that tape to retape the main branch that just snapped, right? And sure enough, not always, but most plants it will take, and after it takes and it's healthy, and even usually it's by the time it's harvested, I'll pull that tape off, and it'll be this big old knuckle, and this crazy thing happened. But then that was some of the dankest weed in the whole batch
I
because
like
like the ultimate like almost kill a plant, like snap it in half, but like tape it together, and then somehow it survives and puts out the sickest nugs. It's
I've
crazy
swung
how
a
that
lot of
happens.
branches, like because when I was in the field, I used to take like I made a fucking or like I modified they're weed whackers, but they're on two wheels, like two large, like I don't know, they're like maybe 12-inch or 10-inch wheels with like spoke wheels, and you push it like a lawnmower, but it's got fucking
2 blades.
no, there's like
They got saplings and shit.
there's four hole, it's like a giant there's four holes, around a hub that spins that they just have weed whacker string, and
You gotta get the blades, bro. Step up your game.
and just like a weed whacker, well, yeah, it'd be I don't
No, but that thing that you're talking about is heavy duty. I know what you're talking about. It's like fucking cord.
Yeah, and you double them up too, and they
And
fucking.
it's braided, some of it too, I remember.
I think they should. I
That's
think
what
they should make
my
that shit out.
my partner is like, dude, just pull that one and replace it. There's this, wait, let me find it. Where's it laying? So it's a, oh, we have like other I-95s that clones that are like standing up and growing at full speed. But wait, where is, oh, here it is. So so this one, oh well, it's
Yeah.
hard to stand up. At one
Gone.
point, this stem was like laying on top of the rock wall, like fully laying on top of the rock wall. And I thought, oh, it will probably like root right there and then grow up. But no, it's just going to curve up.
Yeah.
And
Pull it
then
out.
all this, it's not powdery mildew, it's the opposite. These have been getting sulfur, like a
Sulfur.
light sulfur spray to basically fight or prevent powdery mildew. In veg, it seems to be the most economical and effective. A lot of times when you spray and you can see the little film from the sulfur, that's how you know, like a couple
Like,
days later, you see your new growth. Because then all of a sudden, all your new growth doesn't have it any, and then actually by the time you turn this plant back, the stuff you sprayed, those leaves with the
gone.
film on it, they won't even, by harvest, none of these leaves will be part of the harvest. It's like, I don't know what happens, but they cycle. But yeah,
That's exactly what they do. They cycle
like the
because
room's
they'll
empty.
eventually
We're a
turn
little
yellow.
behind. We're like a few days behind because, like most harvest days, well, as soon as they get the room empty and clean the trays, the same day we set the plants. This time, leaving the room empty for like 3 or 4 days, it's going to go through like a spring cleaning. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Even though we weren't really spraying sulfur, uh, but in the last month in our area, it's even though it rained and then it's warm and spring's here. Oh, that's where
Powder mildew.
thrips, that's where powdery mildew, that's where
Just feels good to have a new,
all of
clean,
them,
reset
all the
room.
predators or the bugs, bad ones show up is like in seasonal changes. That's what I've learned. So be preventative rather than wait till
Smart.
the same thing happens as happened so many years in the past.
Yeah, you gotta learn
Yeah.
from them. Yeah, those shifts in that temperature and the humidity and all that other jazz. Yeah, that's when it happens. That's when you get colds, and that's when all that crap happens.
And these have all been topped and like in
Oh,
3 4 days they'll be right to height, and that's why we run a few extras because like these are all in different kinds sections. So like, oh, these are all like a foot or more tall going. Oh, one of them just didn't go. Like, oh, it's not unhealthy or anything, right? But it's not near the size of the other one. That's why you take a few extra, right? Because in each grouping, there might be one or two that just
bunkers.
aren't up to, and those
Hard.
will end up in this section, where this section will end up, oh, this, all this provides the clones for the next room in the perpetual motion. So these moms are backed up of all the ones out of here that we want to keep. And oh, there's a lot of clones. Some of these have been like moms for a while, so
You just keep topping them, and they keep
Here I
putting on
come.
more. This 4x8 tray of moms that are healthy as fuck. That's a 315 on a light bar going back and forth slowly. But that's all it needs.
Yep.
We realistically
I
try
love
to
that. Oh,
slow the mom's growth down. Like before you know it, and then these will just be I might, it's late enough in the year now when the weather's probably going to turn. I might use some of these in outdoor, or like just last week, I culled like 20 bigger. They were bigger than these, but they've been around a while. And part of it is it's not like we don't have all those genetics backed up. I don't know. There's this weird thing where you want to like be double
My
backed up.
son.
Who knows what happens, right?
How
gotta
can
get
I
the phone
send a
plug to make
couple of
20.
those home to
Yeah, I'm gonna
Cleveland?
actually, because like, oh, there's some clones from the last run that we didn't, the tail end. I'm gonna take clones like in the next day for you. Like these are the Bubba cushions.
Cool.
There's three big ones with a lot of clones. I've been I today when I topped these, like I just cut the tops off. Like I must have taken like
Oh shit.
two or 3 feet off of this canopy. You can see all the cut marks. Like where I
You're
cut
actually black
was,
camera.
that was as tall as the plant was.
Turn.
That was as
There we
tall as
go.
the plant was like a week ago. This cut mark, that was the top of the plant when I cut it. Now it's like a foot taller. Yeah.
Yeah. That's perfect growth for taking clones. You just got
Over
to have a
here,
lot of
now this
mothers.
is where all my attention's at. I ran a different perpetual at my place where I blasted 1,000-watt lights on my veg. And part of like what I always fought, which my partner here used to always tell me, dude, go to 315s and slow your veg down. So a lot of times I'd be putting plants in that were just too tall. They would stretch too much. I was always fighting staking them or trellising them or getting too close to the lights and all the things too much, too often. And then like over at this place, which okay, we run our methods here a little different than yeah, this is as tall as it's gonna go in. Like just like a foot tall, and they'll still be 4 feet tall by the time it's done. Because all the growth really happens in transition. 2 weeks, 3 weeks of flower transition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's still basically your first 21 days of
Some of that,
flowering is
some of
still
that is we're
veg.
in Rockwall. We utilize dry back. So like even the first week of flowering, you would think, holy shit, dude, these cubes don't have any water. They're almost dead dry. But yeah, right to the verge of that before you water them. And it's like, yeah, they'll fucking. And then you got to know how to use the the nutrients. Like, yeah, recipes matter.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, whatever.
To get constant growth.
Well, yeah, there's
Talking
whatever
on
your
mute.
one method is. Like, oh, okay, if you had like a,
I just was like, don't be hitting them
what
with
are
that
your
cool blue.
personal results? What are you trying to do? And then there's a method
Oh,
that's
shit.
perfect for that, for you.
Mountain Dew is not going to cut it.
I look at it.
How
I
close
don't
are we
look at
trying
it
to
as,
the point?
oh, this way's better than that way, and da 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 da, and that only this way, and this way's so much better than that way.
No.
3-minute warning.
It that way because I've known people have done all kinds of different ways and had like great results. I've seen people have terrible results. I've seen people have great results and then that system and then like totally start having failures. Like I remember a guy in Burbank so long ago. The first and only time I really saw an aeroponic system, right? And I was helping him out, or we were friends. I don't know why I was there so often, but at that time in my life, I was at the grow pretty often, his grow. I never seen plants ever grow that fast and that bulky and that explosive as under that system. Like I think if you had timey lapse on it, like in you would see it almost like hour by hour, right? It was insane. And oh, he did well a few times. And then he started chasing what now that I know more about growing than back then. This was like in the earliest 90s, mid 90s. So like we
Try and pump it out.
even the fact that guy had set something up like this, I don't know where he even knew the information, but the water and the water temperature, like that's why, oh, this was pre-chillers and people didn't even understand all some of the things with water uh, issues, and because it was it was air, like it was more. The roots were never in water; they were being misted constantly. Oh, and that was the other thing. The emitters. He had issues with emitters, and then over time, even though he grew the biggest, best batch the first few times, that system was hard to keep running and dialed in. That, and I
Yeah.
remember that from that time. But I also remember, oh, I never seen a plant grow so fast and explosive as when that system was dialed in.
That's why I like deep water
Happy
culture.
22.
Yeah, I remember when that came out. I checked into it. I remember almost wanting to buy it. There was like the knockoff version or DIY version.
Yeah,
That's just
that's what we
basically
did.
high pressure, uh,
Cheers, everyone.
BWC, right? The thing is that I just learned over time. I mean, I really do follow the keep it simple, stupid model, right? Even though I know, oh, full blown
Cheers, Christoph.
irrigation, and all this beautiful plumbing and drain the waste water, you're mixing the nutrients as it's water. But I also know that the more complicated, the more uh, servos and things, then there's just
Cheers,
more things
everyone.
that go wrong. And like if you can keep it simple, seems simple works. Right.
My simple prod one was I got the big Rubbermaid tub and I put two plants in there and I put an oversized sump pump with the pop-up sprinklers. So it pushed all the roots up against the top, and those were the best units I had. But you're talking about using a $60 pump and two $5 sprinkler heads.
Yeah. Like
But
even my
yeah, the
project,
growth on
like
them.
those moms I showed you, they're an 8-inch Hugos, like where at the other stages, they don't need watering except like every 3, 4 days, right? But when they're at the mom stage, they need watering every day. Sometimes you might get to the second day and a couple of them are starting to wilt a little. This thing we haven't set like the way it works. It can go days and days. No one's here, right? Well, that's why sometimes we've lost moms because, yeah. So
It's gotta eat.
I open my mouth and say, "Oh, why don't we just put a tray on ebb and flow?" And so I've been nominated to set it up. Now we have so many parts and pieces and every cockamamie, and I could piece together with some rig, but I know at the hydro store, the kit that is the drain kit for trays comes with this blue 1 inch drain or whatever, and a gray one that's like PVC that you can adjust the height. That's an ebb and flow kit, right? A lot of times people bought those, never set it up for ebb and flow, just used the drain as a drain. But if you set that up, yeah, the water goes up in the blue, and then by the height adjustment with the PVC, the gray one,
I still got trays.
yeah, your ebb and flow. All right. That solves that the moms need water every day. You just ebb and flow them a little water every day.
Yeah, if you got to leave for a minute, it's nice. You don't always have to use it. You know, you can top water instead of
That's why this thing has run so many years because one guy goes to Germany half the year, the other guy's got 3 kids, and then me who had my own place, who at times hardly did shit, but then when when the time comes, did. And then lately, to make up for, I had a hernia last year. That's why I hardly even helped out. And then now all of a sudden, I'm like, all right, well, my turn to pull the weight because everyone goes through ups and downs and changes.
Or, can work like that. What?
Aren't into working or have other priorities. That's kind of how life is, right? Because one thing being a grower, which that's what I've been my whole life, even though we fit in these like little vacations and stuff,
I got carrots.
that was after years of just humping to even be successful. And then I remember all the vacations. That was the most stressful thing ever to leave your gardens for like a week,
Yeah.
5 days, or 2 weeks. I remember one time we went 2 weeks.
I like 3 days.
I had workers that were part of the team. I'd call them every day. Is everything good? Did you check this? Da 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 da. Because I was stressed. I remember like never feeling like. Actually, after we did it a few times, and everything worked, and my same workers had it down. Oh yeah, I remember being on a vacation and being able to let go, where I could go a few days and not be like worried about everything that a grower has to worry about.
If you can see that on the screen, this is what I was talking about when I was like, when I'd take the tops off, and I would stick a
Can't
bunch of them
see.
that, and then I would have a little bit of ice water in the bottom of the tray that it's sitting in, and like that's like,
What the hell are you showing us?
It's a black screen.
oh, it's
Yeah,
not showing.
anything.
Cool, homie. I forgot to push play.
When I would leave, like, take a trip to like Amsterdam, which would be like 12, 13 days, I would set up a couple 50-gallon drums and just basically be in veg.
Yeah.
Light, low, really low light. You only need to feed them a couple times.
Even my thing, well, even though I had comparable people, I never wanted them to have to like. So, if I was going away for 7 days, I'd make the night before we leave, and that would always be this big stress because I'd have to wait till the last possible minute. I'd fill all the reservoirs and make fresh water, which usually lasted between 4 to 5 days. But then I'd have my worker at like the third day top it off. And that would last until I got back. So they didn't have to do anything. And I would adjust the recipe the first night where I'd make it the pH at a place where you could top it off and it would still be in range and yeah, because I always knew that even if
I just had to take a top real quick just to kind of show you what I mean.
you had working for you was responsible for this, that, or the other, and they fucked up, when you were like having fun on vacation, wherever, you only have yourself to blame. You could never blame them. Like that was like as much as okay, but no, you only had yourself to blame if stuff happened. And a lot of times, I had a lot of equipment that ran like clockwork. Right? It never was like the week before I left, the light or the fan or the this or the that or the pump died. It would always be like the second day or the third day I'm out of town. And oh, yeah, everything, but this isn't working. I'm like, are you sure? Did you check? Yeah, no, this isn't working. And I'm like always, it was like a Murphy's Law thing. Always when you left, a lot of times it was like, oh, you have an 8 light room or something, and one of the lights didn't come on. Well, you just left that. Okay, I'll deal with it when I get back. Like that was kind of some of the things that had to happen, you know. Even though when you got back, the same worker would be the person helping you replace it and do whatever. Yeah, maybe it's just me, but like I try to make it that the least things that can happen. Even like if they do too many things or you give them too many, next thing you know, they accidentally unplugged something or they tripped over this or there's so many little things that
unplugged.
Like I say, ultimately, if you're in that situation, you just have to like, it's your responsibility. You weren't there, so that's how it went.
You mentioned unplugging something. That is like one of the biggest things. Oh, I unplugged these to clean the floor, and someone forgot to put in, plug back in the pump or a fan, and it just killed like that corner of the room.
Yeah. Usually, like I say, some of my methods were always, by having recirculating drip water that can last 3, 5 days, 5, 6 days, 7 days before they need to be changed. Even if somehow a pump went out, you would have maybe, depending on the stage of the plant, the size, you would at least have one full day, 2 days, maybe up to 3 days before that plant would just croak. Like if the pump did water or something. And that would be things that happened once is the power went out for like 3 hours. And this was like so many years ago where part of the things I had, timers and different things, were digital because I was like getting modernizing. Those were good because digital, if that happened, it had a battery inside it, so it kept the time and it like that. But manual ones, you had to adjust those to the time you lost. And that time, it was like, everything was out of whack. which that like you'd think I'd go to just all digital, but no, I went backwards to all manual. And still to this day, like the manual one where you like I don't like the digital.
Drew them on the wall.
I don't like the digital one. But yeah, I'm a weirdo. Because
When I
logically,
sold my house,
the digital one, you can do many more things with it. It's more versatile. It has like built-in battery. So it's like, well, why wouldn't you use one? And it's not like those things have a higher fail rate or anything, but
When it comes to taping up your plants, though, I wouldn't recommend that aluminum tape just because it doesn't have any give to it. Same goes for duct tape. Doesn't really have a lot of give. But like, I'll use like, well, the best would be to use gardener's tape, which is
they'll
just like
bow around.
nylon that stretches and doesn't even
use
stick to
that
itself.
gardener tape,
But
masking tape.
I like to use electrical tape because it has a little bit of,
Duct tape.
but duct tape doesn't flex though. It doesn't like electrical tape. You can stretch it in your hand. You know, it has a little bit of
Yeah,
flexibility. Whereas and because otherwise you will get, I mean, you might still get a knot, but it won't be a
yeah. So
constrictor.
like I
I mean,
said, like a couple times I've had plants that shit like that happened to, right? It might not have been the best yield, and they
and then a lot
they
of times what you can do is like,
the
all
nug was like that's where those like stress techniques, which I really wouldn't know how to dial those in, and I really wouldn't suggest them because I think that you're playing with fire, meaning for as many times as it works like that, if you tried to replicate that, you would probably fuck up and kill plants or have mixed results. But the few times, like yeah, we're talking like plant and veg, whatever size, cracked in half and moving it or whatever. You
so
would
I would
think,
go through
okay,
these.
that plant's done. Nope. If you catch it quick enough and tape it up, a lot of times I'd use that blue painter's tape, the kind that isn't that sticky.
That doesn't flex though either. It still
Yeah,
works,
a lot
and
of
that
that
stuff
black
plan will
tape,
rip through it if it gets big enough.
but a lot of times, like I'm trying to make sure that it's fucking sturdy enough to hold that fucker up, right?
Like what
Uh,
I'll usually do too is because a lot of times it'll be a branch that'll break and kind of um like tear, like it'll still be kind of connected by the cambrian, like the outer layer of it and shit. So I'll take and I'll wrap around the branch, like we're on the broken branch right at the base of it, and then I'll wrap around the stem and I'll like make a sling, and I'll sew it and I'll like try to tighten the two together, like I'll fucking or like I'll take the
Or you
branch,
lick it at some point.
like I'll take the broken branch and put it back up where it's supposed to be, and then I'll even squeeze it together like harder towards the main stalk as I tape it, so it because when you let go, it's gonna get back a little bit more, and then I don't know.
yeah, I've done things like even like you say, mine didn't flex, but like some of the amazing thing would be when the plant was done and you looked at this fucking crazy knuckle or whatever happened where the plant somehow grew through it.
Because like that's on the
Saying,
front of
oh
this.
yeah, when I did things like that, that plant yielded so great. But there were times
You,
when the bud that was from that plant in its like compromised
oh yeah,
situation would be
I've
the
seen some
dankest
fucked
out
up
of like
plants.
that batch, like of the same strain. Like it, like there were other times that accidental or like I never like really practiced like purposely stressing your plants, but over years
No.
things happened. It got
Like
too hot,
the
got
first
too
one of the first
cold,
years I grew, I did.
pollen out.
I I stabbed them with a knife, and then I twisted the knife to break it open, and it started out with pencils, and then like when they were like on some smaller plants, but like I've had times where I've split them in half and then like
Did
I
Ryan
don't
just admit to stabbing?
yeah, fucking well like I've used hemp branches too.
A lot
Like
of times, if they're too tall, I like have a thing where I pretty, 4 or 6 inches, whatever I need, maybe even more. I'll pinch the stem and hear it like crack, and then I use a little bit of a twist, a like, and then bend it over and twist it a little bit. Sometimes certain strains, oh, they snap, and you can't really do that. But for the most part, some genetics, you
I
either
got the
keep
time.
this thing, put the twist on it, it's laying on this way, and you'll come back like an hour later, and the fucking thing is back up, standing straight up, like you never fucking bent it, never squeezed it. Like,
And if it's flipped the wrong way, sometimes you can give the and like in between two nodes, you can crack it the other direction and like kind of like you're doing a hair
a
flip and
lot
shit.
of times,
Maybe
okay, so now you harvest that plant.
do
That
that all
one
the way
that
down.
was too tall, you bent the top over and did that too. That top bud is gonna be like stressed or different. And a lot of times that's some sick ass weed, more resiny, more like I guess stress techniques. And some genetics more than others. But I do believe that there's something to
Yeah, like
stress,
because
right?
seeing this field where there's like thousands of these things, when we'd have a storm go through or something like that. Because I took I called it my lollipopper, that fucking machine I was just showing, and I would go and I would take the bottom branch off of like these fucking like it'd take days to do it, but I would get fucking good at combing them. Like I don't know, it's hard to like a lot of times I'd leave a little bit of stump there too, like so I didn't leave an open wound. But like I don't know, I got pretty good at fucking chopping up them bottom branches just so there's nothing on the ground, and fucking I don't know, make a big difference when we'd go and we'd um at the same time, the thing mows too, so we'd give it a good fucking down through, but
I can hear you guys.
a lot of times, yeah, the ones that would get fucking a lot, as I'm going through, I would break a branch with that many times, and I would always have fucking I had just roll or electrical tape in my pocket, and I just fucking make the sling quick, pull the
A
branch back.
lot of times, what I would do is just take that wire, that wax wire that florists use, and I just wrap that and let it grow around it.
What I found works really well is and also for using them for training is you can go like at Menards or Home Depot or whatever, you can get flags like or you can just call your local fucking electrical or there's you got this state has probably a free dig program where you call and get your yard flagged for wires, say I want to put a fucking sandbox in my backyard for my cat to poop in, and they'll come and they'll flag put flags in your yard for free, and then you just take them flags and you fucking you take it, you roll it up, like you hold the flag and you roll it up
How
tight,
do you hold it?
and then you like bend it over like a candy cane, like bend it
Both
like,
hands.
Sounds
and,
kinky.
and then that's like because just the wire directly on your plant it'll make it want to fucking like I don't know grow into it more, and it's not as
That's
but
what
it
she said.
plant will try to grow around it. But if you wrap that, if you just, it's just perfect. Otherwise, you can take tape over wire, or if you use like a wire that has a fucking like some heavy electrical wire that has like the plastic coating on it.
Ryan, you want to see what's up?
Don't get me wrong, I've used a lot of just wire with the fucking, like a clothes hanger or something, with fucking with that hook in it. just to hold the plant down for a while.
Do you see that?
Is it another baseball card?
No, it's cast iron fucking grilled cheese sandwich.
Somewhere down on our farm, there's a piece of
Ryan,
broken
you see it now?
tall tree.
Is that a Wagner 10-inch or is it a fucking
It's at least a 12 footer from your perspective.
is it a Wagner or is it a fucking
I don't know.
what's
I
the
gotta
other
look. Ugh. It is.
Isn't there some eclipse happening in the Midwest? Like, my one friend's going to the Midwest just to see the eclipse, and I'm like, why aren't you going to stay up in Mendo? He's like, oh, you can't see it from here.
Can't see it. It's only
What,
in
what eclipse
Midwest.
is this?
Midwest is the best.
is it a lodge? I bet it's a lodge.
No, it's a daytime eclipse.
I'm talking about his can or his fucking pan.
I don't remember what he said, but like almost like with every eclipse, like, oh, it's once in a lifetime and it's only going to happen this until the next one, not till 30 something. I'm like, yeah, that's what I heard the last fucking one that was just like, I don't know how all that goes. I guess you have to be in certain spots, like to
There's a
see it.
band that runs through like I think Michigan might get it down
What?
to
Michiganja.
He's going to Missouri to see it.
yeah, just like a I don't know. 100
Well,
mile
there's
band.
like psychedelics involved, and he's going with this group of fucking tripping freak people.
Look at that.
He'll be fine. But
He's
then
always
it's
going.
definitely a lunar eclipse, not a daytime
American
eclipse, because I don't think a daytime
Unreal.
eclipse would be something I'd want to trip at.
Black hole sun. That'd be great, yeah. Everything goes black, but not.
I was at a festival when they had the gold speckled pyramids with the mescaline in them, and I ate like four of them. And we had it was probably the best meteor shower in Ohio for like 40 or 50 years to today. But there was just meteors flying all over the place.
But I
And
bet it was
that was a real special place to be tripping that hard.
I think I just can't remember that fucking
You know you're tripping really hard when you have to you can't take everything out of your you're wearing shorts and you can't take everything at one time out of your pockets. You literally can only take like one thing at a time out of your pocket.
because they're short, tiny pants, or are they fucking
No, you're just tripping that hard and looking up at the ceiling of the tent, which is mesh, and the fucking meteors are just flying over top, and you're just like fucking wheeling.
so like our
It
bot
took me 45 minutes to change from shorts to a pair of pants.
our bot in coin form, or is like bot always paper? Like, can you have like a pocket full of bot coin, or is that not a thing?
Yeah,
A
yeah,
thousand
you
bot
can have one
coin?
bot, 5 bot, 10 bot. And then it's a 20 bot bill, a 50 bot, 100, a 500, and 1,000 is the largest.
But it's all paper. There's no coinage involved, or what?
No, I just got done telling you
Listen,
that there's a 1 bot, a 5 bot, and a 10 bot coin.
Okay.
what's the bot?
It's 1/35 of a dollar.
Exactly.
Well,
700.
so a one baht is still more than a penny, right? Fuck, a penny's a hundredth
Yeah,
of
it's worth 3 cents, 3.5 cents.
like, so here we are and we fucking still have pennies. Like, that cost
They
more
have
than you can make, and
they have
I hate pennies.
they have what they call stang, and I hate them because they're only like a little bit bigger than a quarter inch wide for the 25. They have a 25 and a 50. And the 50 is like the half the size of a dime. But they do have that here also. So they do have something less than a bot. But they should do away with those too. I actually collected 2 bot coins that they have. I'm sorry, they do have 2 bot coins too. I forgot about that. And I actually have some of the first run of those 2 bot coins that were made out of a different metal.
About as real
And
as
I
a
guess
$3.
those are like really collectible.
About as real as a 3 baht bill.
Hey, don't laugh at
I
it.
fucked it up.
The United States had a $3 bill. They had a
Too
3-cent
fucking high.
coin too.
I'm eating
There-
grilled cheese and shit.
There used to be
They
a
called it
military
a franc.
where I grew up, and they used to pay all of the people there in $2
Tokens.
bills.
Oh,
And so, like the town had just an influx of $2 bills for the longest time. Like it ended back in the 50s or something like that, but like still a lot of the like I'm guessing a lot of like the elderly people had a lot of it in the bank, and then like every so often there'd just be a fucking splurge of
I
$2.
allegedly used them to snort things.
But
yeah, they find the
Please.
old bag in the wall, and all of a sudden there's like 600, $700 $2 bills from 1948.
I believe you can go to your local bank and request a bunch of big $2 bills, and they might grunt at you, but they can probably get it to you somehow.
Yeah, what you want to look for is star notes from certain years.
I know someone that's got a little bit of them, and they want like significant things about the numbers on there too, like with just some
All
random.
sequentials.
But like if it were like all the same number, things golden ticket. But like they've had things like ladders and shit like that, or like repeaters, or they'd be like 1 2 1 2 1 2 would be like a big fucking worth a bunch.
1 2 3 4.
Or like certain dates.
Actually, if you get one with all 8s, those bring the most money because the Chinese people actually buy those, and they know how rare they are. Those get like $4,000 or $5,000 for them. And we're talking about a brand new note that you get right out of the bank.
Dude, I'm eating white bread grilled cheeses with American cheese. That's the only way to eat one. Yo, like if my mom's was making it, it'd have like chunks of cheddar on it and like a fucking tomato or some shit.
I actually collect air notes, but the air notes that I collect are like missing printing. So you won't have like any of the black printing on the front of it. You'll be like missing the numbers or something.
Is
I
Bud
find
still
those
rocking?
to be cool. Yeah, he's still there.
I'm back on that screen now.
He's dabbing it up.
A dab will do ya. Yeah, he's all about them dabs recently. A lot of people are, some people think it's, I don't know.
Well,
I like to go back and forth.
it's a quick high. It's, you're
Yeah.
smoking
You can-
basically a half a joint in one hit.
You can do it. You can get into the habit of keeping high on it all day, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're doing it a lot more.
It's more like smoking 3 joints in one hit. I think
Okay.
like on like top rosin, they only get whatever yield back. Like yeah, like I don't think a joint makes any much rosin.
Definitely not. But I know people that smoke like 2 grams of that a day.
Yeah, I've been on a tear, and then yeah, the tolerance level changes. So like smoking weed does, yeah, you got to go back. Like it's not like I can be dabbing and then
Oh, dude, I get tags.
like if I start dabbing during the day, and then I'm gonna dab. Like yeah, you're
So I used to like to go back and forth. Where I'd go like 2 straight weeks of dabbing, and then that first joint back, I would get high school high, dude. I would get like uncomfortably high, like higher than I got off any like the last 10, or last like 3 days of smoking dabs. I smoked 1 joint and I'm like on the moon. It changes over, not too far long after that, but your tolerance comes back. But there's something about flower and rosin that's different. Yeah, I used to like that. I should do it again. Got my pan too hot.
and I if I decide to like, oh, I feel like maybe I should take a nap. Somewhere around 3 or 4, I don't even think I ever get to 5. I ever took 5 dabs in a row, but 3 or 4, and then lay down, boom, I'm a fucking sleep.
Oh yeah. When I used to have trouble sleeping like through the night, I would have the something near me, either rig the pen
Days I start
or
dabbing,
Puffco or something. And if I woke up and I would hit that dab really quick before I really woke up, I wouldn't even know I woke up.
yeah, you take a cut. You definitely need a nap, a reset. Days I smoke weed, nah, I don't always need a reset. So it's nice to get one, but dabbing, oh no. If I started 9, 8, 9 in the morning, by 2 or 3, I needed like a nap.
I don't know.
If
I
smoking
just
flowers
need a
one way
nap
too.
all the time.
I like not every day, but if I had my perfect schedule, it would be smoke weed, take a nap, like
Eat, smoke more weed.
have more coffee, like power nap, nothing more than like hour and
I'm
a half.
pro nap. I'm a big time nap.
I get the best out of myself under that schedule.
I've had a problem lately. My 1 hour power naps that I take at like 6 p.m. turn into like 4 hour naps.
No,
So I wake up at 10:30 and all the restaurants I wanted to eat at are closed. So I'm up from 10:30 until 2, 3 o'clock doing work.
My mother has napped every day of her life, and she's like turned 80, right? Like for an hour each day, even when she was like working as a nurse full time and shit. And there's something to that, dude. 100%. And still doing
Yeah,
like the normal like 7, 8 hours or whatever at night.
yeah, because nurses back then, a lot of them, they pulled
Oh yeah.
2 or 2 shifts.
Yeah.
And sometimes a shift for them was 10 hours
Or even more.
because
20,
they'd have
24
overlaps.
and
Yeah.
shit like that, I think, back then. Anyway, but yeah, there's something to it though, I swear. Some people say you're not supposed to do it now, but it worked for her.
We live in this time when whatever anyone says, there's someone that says no.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like. I don't think. I don't know. Will we ever agree on, or will the populace ever agree on anything again? Probably not.
No, it's all little clicks.
I'm in the grilled cheese click right now. This is round two.
Especially if like what like AI and science. What if they in the next so many years like come up with answers to certain things, right? Will that matter? No, it might have in the past where okay, if that's what it is, then most people believe it. Today, like whatever they say, then some and somebody else's AI is going to say, "Oh no, that's not true," right?
I don't want to say what I think.
I actually had someone follow me because of a negative and a troll remark. And he follows this person and has for a while. He actually DM'd me the other day and said, I started following you because this person was talking shit about you. But I've gone back into your posts and your comments and things like that. And I don't see where any of this shit is really true what these people are saying about you. And, how many of these people have actually met you? I haven't, but reading your comments, these people are just whacked out there.
You got a whole clan
Hey,
against
what,
you,
yo?
signing petitions and shit.
Like other than the people you really meet, like the internet's not like real, is it? Like what people say on
No,
the internet's not like it
I'm
well,
gonna say kids of your
some
imagination.
real, but like it doesn't have the same weight of like in-person conversation or interaction. Like
not my opinion.
I don't know. I've never like even if I had a problem or someone said something, I wouldn't even know it. Because like
Yeah,
I don't like I don't okay. Yeah, I don't know. I like don't care about
but there is something about, shaking someone's hand, saying hi to them, looking them in the eyes, sitting
that.
down, smoking a
Yeah,
joint
it just
with
seems
them.
like there's a whole world that's been created,
Oh, the simulation is coming, folks.
and that's
I
all
should have
good.
done 1.5 grilled cheeses.
But
Two's
I
too
would
many.
never see a day that like people like replace like human interaction with just like this.
Compost.
Easy to do though. If you don't like
Compost.
like when I go out to the grocery or I'm out and about, I just watch people. I'm always like, yeah, I don't like people.
No,
Yeah, I mean, we do kind of suck.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
a lot of people are looking for, I'm sorry, handouts, and
Wow.
a lot of people are just
If
not
I get
good
up and skip,
people.
Well, we're all fucked up in our own ways, and
we're
yeah,
not tapped
Yeah,
into the earth. It's our main problem.
like that's just like
Everything else does, and it does fine.
or I guess we're like I don't know, with some crook wrong. I mean, some on Instagram, some weird thing that said like out of every life form on the earth, which is like many life forms,
We're the
right?
only ones. Troy.
We're the only ones that like have money and like that. Like No, there's no other current, like, no other animal.
Frogs don't have it.
And I think that same thing equated, like, out of your whole life, what percentage of it is spent thinking or dealing with or about money? And it's like most of your life.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. That's why it was so nice when I was able to buy my house. I didn't have to worry about a monthly bill except for the insurance and the property tax.
Well, and in the long run, the upkeep and,
Yeah.
everything else. But yeah, that's like ownership is a big part of equity, or that's a big thing. But that's money. That's ultimately that's the same thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and if it wasn't locked up in a trust and someone didn't make me sell it, I wish I just rented it out.
Well, I mean, beyond the hours that you actually work for this money, okay, if you didn't work for this money, you'd have to work to support yourself and survive. So it's
Yeah.
about equal there. But the amount of time and stress and just like, yeah, like from what age does money start to become like like, I guess probably one of the things that's on the average person's mind the most,
Constantly.
day in, day out, throughout their whole life. You add it all up. Yeah.
It is on my, well, yeah, every day.
I mean, there's some
You think
people, I
about
guess,
how much you're going to spend.
you can't even say that wealthy people are immune from it. No, they're caught up in it even more. I mean, most
Well,
of
as
them.
long as they don't go out
I
and
would hope that
spend
if I ever got
10,000 more.
so rich that like, I remember my mom had a lot of clients, and there were different people were different. Some of them, like, when you get to certain rich, you don't get mail at your house. You don't get your bills. It's up to you whether you look at your monthly tally sheet or not, that's delivered to you or not. There were certain clients that this envelope that was their financial statements, whatever, that would show all the bills they put, would be left on their porch every month, and then there'd be like the whole year's worth of them there.
Hey,
They didn't even care. Like, yeah, they had money. That's why they hired a business manager to deal with the money. So that was the first time I realized, yes, some people, oh, even though they were always on the phone trying to make money, it wasn't like these people were immune from money, but they were like immune from like what most people deal with, like paying their own bills, and like, no, these people didn't do that. That's what
no, they were told that you can spend $10,000 a day and that's it.
yeah,
And
they didn't know like what their bills were. They didn't know what their power, water bill. They didn't.
no, they just knew how much they could spend and not have to worry about it. Wouldn't it be nice to be that way?
There were some times where, like, in this fantasy of being a weed grower in the 90s, 2000s,
It was kind of that way.
yeah, if you were just happy with being set, like, you know, yeah, it was pretty easy to be like, comfortably
It
set.
was nice to go to Amsterdam and spend like $2,500, $3,000 on 2 weeks vacation and really enjoy yourself. Eat at good restaurants, go see really cool places, smoke a lot of pot, try a lot of different hashes. That was the fun part, was the hash.
Did you ever go to Rotterdam?
Yep,
Who was I just hearing about that? They're saying that Rotterdam was a lot cheaper and
yep.
like
And so is Utrecht. Utrecht, it was 15 minutes away from Neville's Castle, 20 minutes away from Neville's Castle. Neville used to give tours out there until like 1997.
Yeah, but what's weird about it all is like, okay, so Amsterdam was ahead of its time with weed, obviously. Now that weed's like moving out of the shadows and becoming more of an accepted thing worldwide, Amsterdam is going in the other direction.
Tightening. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
A lot of it has to do with where a lot of these places, and they're trying to get rid of the red light district. And if you were ever in Amsterdam, you would notice that a lot of these coffee shops, and especially a couple of the bigger ones, and the red light district are in like really key areas where the property could be redeveloped or it could be sold again for
Basically.
such a large increment more.
Yeah. And like all cycles, a really conservative government is in power for the time being, and unlike our
They
country,
don't like cannabis.
like 4-year cycles and shit. Other countries go through a much slower transit, and it'll go back probably one point. The conservatives won't be in power forever.
No.
But
that area of Amsterdam, there's such a big push financially that, yeah, I could see, what they should have did was say, hey, if we have to give this area up, give us another area to go. Just don't put us out of business.
well, I think that's some of what the plan is, or so, I don't know. I only hear things, but
But yeah, it is kind of, the hippie haven is now like really strict. The place used to be able to go buy mushrooms and peyote, and they called them smart shops. And they were shops that sold, whatever type of feeling you wanted in a liquid, I guess. And they had these shops all over Amsterdam. Taking some nice mushrooms and going through a walk through some of the museums. That was fabulous. Or just walking around the canals. Except in February. It was really fucking cold in February.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get off because my
shit.
phone battery's under 10%.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Stay
Am I
tuned.
still here? Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Peace
stay
out.
tuned tomorrow at 12.
2 more minutes until the 20.
How many?
8.
Be
I'll stick
there
it
to
out.
be square.
I'll stick it
Peace
out.
out.
Maybe not.
Later, bud.
Later,
Yeah,
guys.
everyone. Have a good one.
I guess everyone find Fumi and D at noon Pacific tomorrow for the
I knew
fucking
motherfucker what?
9 p.m. Eastern. Or yeah, 9 p.m. 3 p.m. Eastern. And 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. Thailand.
it's 2.
Peace
Yeah.
out. Have a good one, everyone.